Welcome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our board meeting.
Welcome.
The board just came out of closed session, and we took one reportable action. By a vote of 5-0, the board directed staff to issue a rejection of the grade tech claim of April 14th, 2015. And now we go into our meeting. And can I have an approval of the agenda order?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Dr. McGee?
Great. Thank you so much. So, as you know, with the retirement of Sharon Keplinger as principal of Greendale School, leaving quite a legacy behind her, a strong foundation, we had a challenging job. We were looking for an inspirational leader that connects with families, with faculty, with staff. We're looking for someone who's as comfortable on his or her hands and knees as he or she would be standing tall in a public forum. We're looking for a learner who seeks first to understand and then to be understood. We're looking for a leader who is compassionate, caring, collaborative, and courageous to take this job. In short, we're looking for Dawn Yoshinaga. And so it is my honor tonight to introduce you to the woman I am recommending become the next principal of Greendale School, the place where our district first comes together as a district. So would you please welcome Dawn Yoshinaga. Dawn.
Thank you so much. Wow, what an intro. So I'm Dawn Yoshinaga, and I come to you from Saratoga Union School District, where I've been a psychologist there for many, many years. And I have to say that I am so thankful and grateful for this opportunity to be able to be with our youngest, smallest people, smallest bodies, biggest minds, and I'm just ecstatic at this opportunity. I've had a chance already to visit Greendale and meet with Sharon, and I know I have some big shoes to fill. I called her Willy Wonka because I felt like I was getting the factory because it has such a great history. So I've done a lot of reading about Greendale and all of the programs, and I'm just really excited to continue to grow with Greendale and, of course, learn along the way and just meet the kids and staff and parents, and I'm looking forward to that big parent education piece that you have as well. So I'm just absolutely thrilled, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, wait. Can I just say one thing?
We are thrilled.
Oh, I just wanted to say one thing. I was talking with Sharon. I'm Heidi. Hi. Hi, Heidi. And I'm an early childhood educator in my day job. And I was talking with Sharon about you. Sharon is very excited, by the way. And I said, well, you know, she doesn't have the length of early childhood education that you do. And she said, oh, but when you talk to her, you will see she's an early childhood educator at heart. So she's very excited, and we are too. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Great. Good. And for the next introduction, I'm going to go to the podium if that's okay.
Go.
So, right, we are in for a treat. You may want to go out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Come
okay.
around.
Yeah.
Why don't we all?
Well, we're going to do the next.
Oh, okay.
So,
Oh, all of it.
great. Keeping with our tradition of recognizing some extraordinary student and staff accomplishments, this is really an honor for me. I have gone, you know, having been a superintendent since 1987, I've gone to my share of musical performances, and but I think at our school district, the first time I have not been looking at my watch about halfway through. In fact, the last one I went to, I didn't even leave until about an hour after it was finished because I wanted to make sure to talk to so many of the students. So what I'd like to do today is begin by introducing our gun choir director, Bill Liberator. Bill has been with the district 39 years. Of course, 13 of those was a student. He started at Gun in 1989 as a band director and took over the choir in 1990. He started kindergarten in 1967, in case you were wondering. Bill won the Theater Bay Area Award, Best Musical Director Award this year for his works at the Theater Works, and he can be seen this summer in the Theater Works New Works Festival and as a guest conductor with the Symphony Silicon Valley's Target Summer Pop Series. Bill is also, of course, a very proud gun parent. His daughter Emily sings in the group and was just one of the fantastic co-stars of Anything Goes. I still wake up singing some of those songs some days, Bill. It's just terrific. A little history about the gun choir. The gun choir began as a class of 14 girls. It has grown into an important part of the music department in the culture of Gun High School. Next year's concert choir alone boasts enrollment of more than 120 singers. The gun choir has distinguished itself with a reputation for musical excellence and a passion for travel. In the last 4 years, the group has won the first place Women's Choir and Choral Sweepstakes Award at the Heritage Festival in New York City, the first place Chamber Choir and Adjudicators Award at the Heritage Festival in Anaheim, and in 2013 toured Spain and France. Next week, a group of 90 students and 20 parents will travel to Italy for performances in Rome and Florence, including singing to the Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. An important part of the goal of this group is to always include every singer who wants to travel, regardless of their financial ability to pay. And this year alone, the gun choir boosters are proud to say they have provided more than $50,000 in scholarships to families who could not afford the cost of the trip. So I would like to ask you to join me in welcoming Bill Liberator and the Gun Chamber Singers as part of the key part of the choral program.
While the kids are finding their place, the piece we're going to sing is called I Am Not Yours, with music by Z. Randall Stroup, who's a wonderful American choral composer, and the poem is by Sarah Teasdale. Really lovely piece, and part of why I chose to sing it tonight is it's become their favorite piece to sing and work on. You know, a lot of kids join choir for different reasons. They join it for to receive easy A, or to silly girl. They go on script, and I really love it when a piece makes every kid fall in love with choral music. That's kind of what it's been done the last couple of weeks. I Am Not Yours. so much. We just wanted to acknowledge our graduating seniors. Can you raise your hand if you're part of the class of 2015? Congratulations to you. They got their yearbooks today.
You know, when you see some, when you see these faces, it's just all over. It's just awesome.
I want to go across to
Oh my
here
God.
things.
Wow.
Thank you. There's one more. Okay, thank you.
Just remind me I have talent.
Wow, fantastic, huh? Well, how do you follow that?
Joy. Joy.
Don't you? Yeah, it is.
I
It's
just feel great
elevates.
joy.
It just lifts the whole room. It is just absolutely beautiful. And that's a lot of seniors, so I'll tell you.
Yeah.
So we,
Well, there'll be more.
there will be. More. Good. Well, just a few more items to report on the Office of Civil Rights update. We don't have anything. We are still have 2 outstanding cases. That actually, one I think has been it's about 6 months overdue. We're really eager to hear the findings from these. We have not heard anything recently. At the last meeting, one of the board members asked how long it has been since we requested some materials from OCR, and it's been about 21 months. And one of our requests regarding appeals for records investigation at Terminal was denied. And another one regarding investigation at Jordan, some records have not yet been provided. So we're still waiting to hear from the Office of Civil Rights, and we'll just soon have these decided one way or the other and move on. The second piece, or fourth item tonight, is a Public Records Act request. Since our last report on March 31st, we have 14 Public Records Act requests. 3 are from bidders, 7 are from the print media, 3 are from one individual, 1 is from the Department of Labor. All of these but 1 have been responded to. Most of them have been filled and provided. We still have the outstanding requests for ongoing emails between board and cabinet members. We contracted with our law firm. They completed the July redactions. We have since hired another employee here on staff to assist Kathleen, and we are also training another outside person. We need to get these caught up, and we know that. So we're looking over these next summer months, June and July, to get completely caught up on these outstanding requests. But I think the good news is that as requests are coming in, we are providing responses in a timely manner. So the we have a video for the social justice pathway. I had the chance to visit, and I don't know who's going to show that today. Is that Eric or Tabitha or okay? Had the opportunity to spend some time in the social justice pathway class. I walked in, there were 2 Stanford professors in there too. They're eager to place some student teachers in that class. They came and talked to us, our cabinet, a few weeks ago, and I know Eric and there's Eric and Aaron have been excited about that. So Eric and Aaron, would you like to introduce your video at all? Just say a quick word if you would. Up here, Eric and Aaron, thanks. You got those special voices, I know, but we can't capture you on camera from way back there. Yeah, no, just up here, and then you're.
And just to summarize, this is a class at Palo Alto High School.
Right. So you can give us a quick introduction to what the social justice pathway was. This was approved by the board last year, I believe, right?
Absolutely. So
Okay, thank you.
this is our inaugural year for the Social Justice Pathway. It's a 3-year cohort program, students enter in the sophomore year, and they stay together as a group and follow their history and English teacher for the sophomore, junior, and senior year. It's a project-based program, and it's interdisciplinary, so the history and the English curriculum talk to each other. And the video that you're about to see is a sort of promo film that our students put together as we were going around to, or thinking about going around to the freshman classes to invite them to be part of cohort number 2, which I'm happy to say we have ample students who are interested in that, so we'll be running 2 sections next year. And so this is a sort of for and by the students. It is something that it was their idea to create this format, and they put it together completely. So so I hope you guys like it. I'm pretty proud of them.
It's about teaching by getting out of their way.
All right, should we roll it?
Yeah.
All right.
I joined SJP because really just everything that Miss Angel was talking about when she gave a presentation to my freshman class was positive and kind of a better way of approaching learning.
We think of things in a different way, and we're able to use what we learn in class to help influence
He started over so we can
in a better way.
We create our own way of learning.
We've gotten really close, and I consider all of these people.
I joined SJP because really just everything that Miss Angel was talking about when she gave a presentation to my freshman class was positive and kind of a better way of approaching learning.
We think of things in a different way, and we're able to use what we learn in class to help influence the community in a better way.
We create our own way of learning.
We've gotten really close, and I consider all of these people some of my best friends.
We don't focus as much on grades, and we really focus on learning, and that's really helped me learn a lot more than I would have in a normal class.
It's something that makes you stand out from the rest of the community and those who are applying to colleges.
Trying history curriculum for like English curriculum, and I thought that was pretty cool, so I tried it, and I really like it.
They've helped a lot. They've made us come together as a community and as a family.
Okay, so far my favorite part of the social justice program is when we got to create our own final, because it felt like the teachers actually cared about what we wanted to do, and so I thought that was pretty cool.
So I was kind of tired of just always reading out of the textbook, and I just wanted something different.
And I thought the most influential part is during the Ferguson protest, we went out to El Camino, and while we were going out, Mr. Bloom said we were making history, and that really made my view on social justice a lot better.
Current events that are going on right now in the world, and we relate it to our small community and how we can make a difference.
It seems so different from other classes.
It's a lot of self-motivation.
The connection that forms is so much stronger than any other class that I'm in.
I knew I had to join, and I urge everyone else to as well.
All right, good job.
Oh, we have a student.
I see one.
Back there.
I recognize it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm so
Thank
glad
you.
you recruited more. Right.
All right.
Good. Just a couple more quick items. As a reminder, we have graduations June 3rd for the high schools, June 4th for the middle schools. Though, excuse me. Okay. We also, I understand that it's part of the district culture not to nominate faculty for outstanding awards, but that doesn't mean you can't nominate other people. So we have nominated Dewan Green, Association of Student Resource Officers, for Officer of the Year.
Nice.
So we've putting together his nomination packet, and we're very excited about this, and we certainly can't think of a stronger contender, and hope the selection committee agrees. And finally, just some academic successes I'd like to highlight. In your packet, there's news about the Gunn High School physics team placing second at the 2015 Physics Bowl. Extraordinary performance by these students we will see in there. And from Pally, we had some late arriving news of their math team. The BC Calculus team had a perfect score over a 4-contest competition and won the Continental Math League in Calculus. The Melinda Wong and Bradley Shu had perfect scores on this competition and were declared the national winners. And then from both schools, you'll really appreciate this. This is a first, according to the two high school ISs, Radu and Kathy. We have 3 ninth grade students who have scored high enough at the United States American Math Competition to qualify for the Olympic trials, the Math Olympic trials this summer. There's only 50 students in the country invited to this, and 3 of them are Pali, two are from Pali, 1 are from Gunn, the 3 ninth grade students. So we have Sarah Youngquist, who's a 9th grader in Ms. Shu's class, Mahir Singhal, a 9th grader in Susan Anting's class, and you'll recognize this name because she was at our podium a few meetings ago. Full days of classes, extensive problem sets given to the students. Participants are invited to attend this free program. As soon as this summer program is over, they choose a 6-member team to represent the U.S. at the International Mathematical Olympiad that will be held later this summer, where the U.S. team competes against talented high school students from over 90 countries. So this is the most prestigious math competition in the world, and to get invited as one of the top 50 to this summer program is something really special. And notice they were 9th graders, and Radu, as I went over to congratulate him today, was the first to say, you know, we can't take credit for this just at the high schools. These kids came up through the district.
Isn't that wonderful?
It's phenomenal.
That's
and
wonderful.
Of course, their family support. So that concludes my report for this evening.
Okay, well now we actually, it is the last board meeting of the year that we have our student board members with us, and we wanted to thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure having you sit up here with us. You've been able to give us a fresh perspective from a student's standpoint, and that's always very valuable. And I know that you have given up time, evening homework time, or social time, or whatever you do in the evenings, to come and be here with us and make sure that your peers are well represented. We want to thank you for that.
And their parents.
And your families for supporting you to do this. And I want to thank Ms. Emberling, who picked out some gifts for you. And please open them. And then you can give us your reports. Our tradition is that we like to make sure you have one fun thing and one learning thing.
We're parents, we can't help it.
Can't help ourselves. That's good.
Wow, these are well wrapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, just you'll have to tear them apart.
Yeah.
It's not a shower.
I don't.
Where you can't rip the paper. Right.
It's going to be a sneak preview for Carol.
And I guess I want to say, and I'm sure my board colleagues feel the same way, one of our student board members is leaving for college, and we want to wish her the best of luck at American University,
Yes,
where I'm sure she'll
wonderful.
do us proud, and we'll look forward to
Washington.
hearing things from Washington, D.C.
The world's waiting for me.
For both of you.
For both of you, yeah.
Yeah.
Grace you.
And Carolyn's a junior, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so,
It's a sneak preview.
yeah.
Could you read the title aloud, just so that people know that we tried to pick something fun for you, too?
The roommates.
Maybe Carolyn can read it. Read that, the other title, The Room.
one.
Yeah, The Roommates is the fun one. What's it just called? The Roommates?
Yes.
Oh, I thought.
True tales of friendship, rivalry, romance, and disturbingly close quarters. Might be funny or terrifying.
Well, why don't we start with our graduating senior?
Yes.
So I'm going to start off with the traditional stuff. What's been going on at Gunn? We had a powder puff football game. The senior freshman team dominated. if I could say so myself. And then this is our last week for seniors. So on Friday is one of my favorite traditions and one of the oldest traditions at Gunn, which is our paper toss. And I'm very excited. I have a lot of things I'd like to get rid of. And on that same day, I believe our PTSA is going to be putting on a barbecue for all students. So free food. And then baccalaureate is this Sunday, and as Dr. McGee has mentioned, graduation is on June 3rd. We'll be there, and I believe some other people will. So, but seeing as this is my last meeting, I have a couple more things to say. This year has been what I hope is the start of something new. Students are becoming more aware, concerned, engaged, and really starting to understand the effects of the decisions that are made, how they affect our education and our day-to-day lives. I would like to thank all the students, I see a few of them out there, all the people that came and spoke and shared their opinions and made sure their voices were heard. I owe a lot to them for being brave enough to speak out. But that being said, I hope in the future there's a clear structure for students to be able to have their voices heard. I think that's a good change that has come around this year. But this year has been a great learning experience for me, and I have many people to thank for that. My parents for putting up with me.
Wonderful.
But I also have to thank all the board members. You guys have given me great advice and been a bit of an inspiration. And I also want to thank you. I know what you do is kind of a thankless job, and students don't always acknowledge it, but this year has been a chance for me to participate a bit in it and gain an appreciation for all the hard work you do. Thank you for caring so much about our students and about our schools. And we don't necessarily know where it comes from, but now I do, and every student appreciates it. So thank you for that. And then specifically to Dr. McGee, I'd like to thank you for coming to student government and student forums and brown bag lunches. I know kids have appreciated how accepting you have been and how willing you are to listen to students. I think that has made this year a lot easier for us. So thank you. I don't know if she's here yet. Is Grace here? Grace Park will be my replacement next year. She will be sitting in my seat. Grace has been doing great work this year with our PTSA and on our site council. I'm sure she will do an amazing job next year. I was hoping to introduce her if she would. Nope, not here.
Maybe she shows up.
Yeah, she's been coming for long enough. And then my last thank you is to everybody in this district that has made the past 10 years amazing. I cannot thank you enough for the wonderful education I have received.
Oh, thank you, Rose. Thank you.
Oh, Carolyn.
I did not prepare nearly as eloquent of a speech, but I guess, yeah, I'll just start off with like the typical stuff. So we had our Best of the Best Sports Festival, and that was really successful. We had a really equal, like more equal distribution of gender and grades this year than we normally do, which was really awesome. And in addition to that, we selected our link crew, so the people that are going to be showing the freshmen around during freshman orientation, and we had our first training meeting today. And then we also had field day either last Friday, I think it was last Friday, and it was really fun. Everybody just had a really great extended lunch. Yeah, so that's like pretty much all of the main stuff. And then, yeah, I guess also I just wanted to say it's been a huge honor to serve on the Board of Education. I really love all the time and effort that the board has put into listening to student voices and trying to make a change. And I really hope that next year, the next board reps can really continue to do that.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Well, thank you. We will miss you. We hope
we will.
you'll stop by occasionally. So now we have the consent calendar. These items are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. If a board member requests an item be removed from the calendar or a citizen wishes to speak to an item, it will be considered under action items.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. And we move to open forum. I have a few cards for open forum. I have Mark Vincenti to be followed by Penny Ellison to be followed by Susan Allen. Community members wishing to address the board are allotted 3 minutes per speaker. And please note that speaking time cannot be delegated to another person. Without taking action, board members or district staff may briefly respond to statements, but this is not something we talk to because it's agenda. It's not, the individual items are not agendized. Mr. Vincenti.
Okay, this isn't working, so I'm going to...
Oh, okay, well, hold on one second because we're going to use the
technical problems.
New technology of the iPhone to measure the time.
Brilliant.
Yes. Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Mark Vincenti, and I taught English for 15 years at Gunn. Because of the national holiday just yesterday, to anyone who is listening who's a veteran, I'd like to say welcome home, and to their families, I'd like to say thank you for your service. I'm speaking on behalf of the 336 people who, having signed on with the startup initiative Save the 2008, are calling on the board and superintendent to put on your agenda and implement quickly 6 simple proposals to bring a more forgiving life to our high schools. To learn about this campaign founded by a Gunn sophomore and myself, people can visit www.savethe2008.com. Given their importance, I'd like to review the half-dozen Save the 2008 proposals, which derive from the belief that while high schools don't cause teenage despair, nor can they cure it, they can do much to make it more bearable, more survivable. Save the 2008 asks you to, 1, shrink classes to a friendlier size, creating a closer feeling between classmates as well as stronger teacher-student ties. When school life is stressful, reducing class numbers has the same beneficial effect as lowering control rods into an overheated reactor core. 2, moderate homework via healthier student-to-teacher and teacher-to-teacher dialogue. Create a confidential school website, anonymity guaranteed, to give teenagers a nightly voice on their workload and to avoid pileups of simultaneous tests, projects, essays. 3, foster wiser decisions about AP course loads through timely meetings among parents, kids, and guidance counselors who can speak to the emotional nourishment of sleep, time with peers, downtime, cultural time, developmental assets. 4, stand between our kids and the all-day siren song of their phones so that on campus they're not submerged in a world of texting, taunts, Instagram, Snapchat, as at our middle schools, student phone use should be banned. 5, slow the bombardment of grade reports so that our kids have breathing room to ride out the ups and downs of adolescence. No teenager who's holding on through his parents' divorce or through her loss of a best friend should be under a continual GPA gun. 6, end the climate of rampant cheating, the demoralizing atmosphere that kids feel obliged to breathe just to compete and which is toxic to their mental health. Again, these 6 measures are laid out in full at www.savethe2008.com. S2K8 makes a deep bow to all of our high schoolers and their remarkable teachers who've done their work this year through thick and thin and who've even done more than their work.
Thank you, Mr. Vincenti. Penny Ellison to be followed by Susan Allen.
You're on, Penny.
Oh, you're on. Okay. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Penny Elson, and I'm here to talk to you about some traffic-related issues, school commute-related issues that sort of came to my attention late last week, and I want to just ask the board to encourage staff to communicate with city staff about this. There's sort of a combined set of things that are changing related to gun commutes. One is the zero period change, of course. And also I understand there's a proposal to move some of the athletic activities from Palais over to Gunn. And I know there's been some discussion about busing, but I would love for that discussion to engage the city in that conversation. And also, less recently, there were some changes to the gun bell time
that were helpful for Arostadero Road, but in fact created a convergence of Juana Briones and Gunn High School commuter traffic on Maybell, which has caused some traffic safety and congestion problems that we could probably address. And if we look at all of these three things together, we might be able to find some nice solutions that work for all of them. So I guess I'm here tonight to ask the board to give staff direction to reach out to the city and your partners, your Safe Routes to School partners, to do some problem solving, because I think there are solutions here that we together can discover that the school district on their own might not. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Ilson.
We look forward to working with you on that.
Sue Allen?
Yes. Hi, I'm Susan Allen, mother of 5 adult children who attended Palo Alto schools from 1981 to 2003. While they attended Palo Verde, Fairmeadow, JLS, Jordan, Pally, Gunn, and a couple of private schools, I was heavily involved in the PTA and served as treasurer on the PTA council at the time we began the transition to district-wide fundraising for personnel. I also served on district and school committees to select superintendents, principals, and look at foreign language requirements. But perhaps most significantly, in 1985-86, I served on the committee tasked with implementation of the Tinsley Voluntary Transfer Program. When originally implemented 3 decades ago, Ravenswood District was a mess, and Tinsley was a real advantage to those students who were able to transfer to other districts. However, in this court decision, no one considered that things could change and students could get a great education east of Highway 101. Ravenswood schools are now serving the needs of their students admirably, so it's time to phase out Tinsley. Almost 20 years ago, I started working in Ravenswood District as technology support staff and have watched the district in the last 15 years go from no internet anywhere to laptops and tablets and computer labs and all that all over the place. Like a fly on the wall, I wander in and out of classrooms to work on tech equipment. I've watched the quality of the teaching go up and up. These teachers are doing wonderful academic work with their students. I see the innovative classes being taught by art, science, and music teachers. I see a makerspace at each school. I see a special education full integration program that is being used as a model all over the country. A 6th grade team from Willow Oak School won first place in the San Mateo County Science Fair this year, beating out teams from Atherton, Woodside, and Portola Valley. They went to Los Angeles for the State Science Fair on May 18th and 19th. Ravenswood students are thriving in Ravenswood schools. As reported by PAUSD's own Minority Achievement Committee, I guess that's tonight, there is no evidence that those who transfer out of Ravenswood are doing better than those who stay. Time spent on the bus today would be better spent on social and academic programs closer to home. We didn't have district-wide test scores last year and won't this year, but past test scores for Ravenswood students are not that much different than scores of low-income students in PAUSD. Further, all Ravenswood students normally go on to the excellent Menlo Atherton High School. Why is this action needed now? Systemically, crafting a sunset plan for the Tinsley Transfer Program would better inform both PAUSD and Ravenswood's planning cycles. Although PAUSD has recently completed some major building projects, it's still full. Ravenswood is just beginning that same building process with major remodels planned for all the schools. Part of that planning should be to know that almost 1,500 students may be coming back into Ravenswood from all the neighboring districts. To be clear, I'm not suggesting that we should immediately move the 468 K-8 students who currently attend PAUSD through Tinsley, but it's time for Dr. Hernandez-Goff, Superintendent of Ravenswood, and Dr. McGee to sit down with other involved districts and figure out how to wind this down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure the parents would agree.
Before we go to the next part of our meeting, I just wanted to acknowledge Emma Cole, who is going to be the next Pally board rep. I'm sorry that Grace Park isn't here. Oh, she just walked in. Okay. Maybe both of you young ladies could just stand up for a second. Just walk to the podium and wave.
There you go.
I think it's telling that they both showed up tonight to view what it's going to be like to be on the board next year. Welcome.
And what grades will you be in?
Oh, we'll both be seniors next year.
You'll both be seniors. Welcome.
Great. Welcome.
We're delighted to have you next year. We'll miss these young women, but it'll be nice to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight.
Okay. Now, we go to the next part of our meeting, which is a public hearing. Actually, we have 2 public hearings, so I'm going to open the first public hearing, the ratification of tentative collective bargaining agreement with the Palo Alto Educators Association. I have no cards for this, so now I am closing this hearing. I'm opening the next hearing, which is the ratification of tentative agreement with California School Employees Association. And then, having no cards, I'm closing the hearing. Okay, wasn't that fun? Okay, on to the next item, which is action, discussion, information items, and we will start with the Creative Bell Schedule Committee.
Great.
Dr. McGee.
Good. Thank you. At the last meeting, we heard of the thoughtful work of the Creative Bell Schedule Committee, who really developed a schedule that will lead to these desired outcomes. Improving the well-being of students, reducing stress and anxiety, opening the door for more effective teaching and learning, more collaboration, coordination, and communication among teachers, between teacher and student, and among students. And also to make relationships and connections deeper and more accessible. We heard about the value of the longer periods, the value of the longer passing times, the importance of tutorial, the need for a collaboration time. And I think we all agreed that this committee did a remarkable amount of high-quality work in such a short amount of time. Tonight we are asking the board to approve the Bell schedule, and just the Bell schedule. You'll note that in the last packet there wasn't a professional development plan in there. We have to make some adjustments to that to allot for a certain number of attendance days. And so with the PAEA, we have agreed that Dr. Bowers and I will be meeting with Dr. Denise Herman, CSC members and faculty representatives to work out that professional development calendar. But tonight then we are just looking for approval for the Bell schedule. The questions that were asked have been answered, and Dr. Herman is here to provide any specifics if necessary. Some of this is still in play. We do intend to open the Library and Innovation Lab before school. The exact time is yet to be determined, but it will, I hope, Ms. Ellison, release some of those traffic patterns that you talked about, because you're absolutely right, that can be a problem before school. We are providing assurances to students and faculty they'll have ample opportunities to provide feedback to the schedule. As we know ahead of time, there will be some bumps, there will be some mistakes, there will be some problems, and we're going to find these out, identify them early on, and work to solve them. Regarding those who already had figured out their four-year plan, I heard from Mr. Jacobowski that the four-year plan was based on the classes students would take. We're not cutting out any classes because zero period is just for physical education. So the classes, Mr. Jacobowski wrote me, were offered at least 5 times during the school day. So we, of course, we don't have an F or G prep again, but I want to assure the board members that the academics have not been compromised in any way. So I think with that, would like to turn this over to the board for any discussion, but we're looking, we have a long agenda ahead of us tonight, and we're looking for approval of this as our first item.
Board colleagues, I ask that if you have any questions that will impact your ability to vote, that you focus on that first. And why don't we go around and try to limit our time to 5 minutes or less. Ms. Godfrey.
I have 2 quick questions. Your comment about working out the professional development calendar, does that mean the June 1st day is no longer going to be a work day and it's going to be a class day again?
Denise, I'm going to ask you. Go ahead. Thanks.
I talked with Scott about that today, and the June 1st day is still going to be a professional development day. There's flexibility still with the state of California in number of school days, but that flex period ends as of June 30th, and all school districts are required to fully have the 180 days, which is why we need to make some adjustments to the fall calendar days.
Okay. And then my other question is probably for you, Dr. Herman. Last time we talked a little bit about making sure there was enough staff around in the beginning of the school year to help kids rejig as they needed to rejig. Is that still something that you plan to do, like have extra staff so the counselors can be free to?
Actually, I was working with the school counselors on that this morning, so we had a mapping out of our caseload counselors, and what the first week of school would look like. And all of them agreed that they want to be the ones that work directly with the students, and then to have some more clerical support, so we have that lined up.
Thanks. Those are my only questions.
Okay. Mr. Dauber.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. One was to thank again Dr. Herman for running a really model process for engaging the school community and the broader community in these changes. I think it's a model that we should follow. And I also want to recall a comment that Mr. Vincenti made at our last board meeting, which is the importance of focusing effort on changes that address the day-to-day life of students at school. And I think that changing the bell schedule is a great example of doing that, that thinking about longer passing periods, fewer context switches, opportunities for students to have fewer homework assignments due the next day. Those are the kinds of things that really affect the experience of students at school. And it recalls to me, and I think it's still a very useful document, the part of our Project Safety Net plan, Supportive School Environments, which specifically mentions block schedules and many of the other reforms that we have been talking about. It also responds, I think, to the concerns that Ms. Walworth, although she isn't here, put very eloquently in her comments a few months ago in the Palo Alto Weekly. And I think that our responsiveness to those kinds of student-based and community-based requests for positive change is what's going on here. And I think it really provides a great sort of coda for this year and a model for what we should be doing in the next school year. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dauber. Ms. Townsend.
I have a couple of questions and then a couple of comments. First of all, it was great to talk with, to have the committee here last meeting. They were very powerful and very good spokespersons. There's no caution here. It's just one of the points of at the last meeting that I want to carry through on. It was of great concern to me that one of the statements, which I highlighted last meeting, was that internal deliberations of the committee were confidential. In a public school, that bothers me, particularly in the context of the zero period, and we never had a full board meeting on that issue. So transparency will continue to follow this issue, and I think it will continue to follow our follow-up discussions regarding zero period and outlets for kids. So I just do want to be aware of that, and I know other school districts, in response to my comments, were concerned that their processes for bell schedules be very open. So I understood what the convener had said. Maybe his comments were a little disturbing in some ways, but I'm hoping that as we move forward, particularly when we do survey analysis of how well we're doing, that will be a very open process. So my question is this, that will all questions, and this is also to the superintendent, will all questions and all data be available to Chris, our district person, to make sure we can crunch the numbers and have them available for the board?
Yes, they will.
Okay. That's important.
Right. Chris did serve on the committee with us, so he has a really clear understanding of the goals for the schedule and was really helpful with our focus groups and some of the other information we gathered. So we're really lucky that he'll be just a continuing member of our team.
That is great. And just having a bit of history, there was some concern in years past that neither the questions nor the data was available to the district, that it was an independent organization that controlled the data, and I want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So this is ours, and I just want that to be absolutely clear to the community that this is our data for us to crunch. And clearly, as we look, presumably there will be questions that are specific to even the bell schedule, I don't know what they are. You guys will look at them. But I know as a board member, I like to know what it is we're asking our students. So good. That's a good answer. With regard to bumps in the road, just it's going so quickly. I hope you share our appreciation for the staff's trying to turn this around quickly, and I know you will. Yes. The issues of traffic are somewhat separate, but part of the larger discussion of the zero period, the new bell schedule. It was the first that I had heard that there might be some transfers between the athletics here. Again, it's not belaboring a point. I'm sorely disappointed, and I know many of our community are very disappointed that we haven't had a full discussion of the ups and downs of a zero period. And since our last meeting, I went to meet with some of our sleep experts over at Stanford who were wonderful, and when we had a full discussion, I think we could have come to a better result. But that is, who knows in the future what will things change, and we get more information, and we'll see where we eventually end up. The last one of the, so traffic was one of them. So and I know at the last board meeting I asked whether we would have some formal process to address the traffic, and I appreciate the speaker coming up and speaking about that as well. Who is going to be having that discussion? We brought it up at our City School Liaison Committee as well. Have we followed up any on that with that corridor? That corridor, Arastradero corridor, has been a real sticking point for years, and there's been a huge amount of money putting into changing the lanes and bell schedules. I'd like someone to give me a heads up on when and who is going to be responsible for having that conversation.
Right, I spoke to Mr. Keene and said we need to set up something about this. So I talked to him before our meeting with Caltrain actually last time. So we will set up something after the end of the school year. So.
Okay,
that's
good.
At Gunn, the person who's going to be taking over building and grounds for next year is Tom Jacobowski. So I know as a long-standing member, he's very familiar with some of the difficulties that we overcame with some of our changes. So I know that with him taking over, he'll be very clear on working with the city on all of our parameters.
Okay, so the last comment with regard to that, until we come around again, because I have a few more comments, is that unless we give authority to people to change things, this is going to be a crunch, and we haven't worked this out ahead of time, and we, board, have to give some discussion about what's going to happen if this doesn't work and things are crunched up and it becomes a dangerous situation. So I want to circle back around that because we haven't worked it out ahead of time, but it's of concern.
Thank you. Ms. Emberling.
We're going to go to Rose too.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to go?
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. So my concerns mainly come with things that were recently said, being about the four-year plan. Although that was not planned, we do have juniors and seniors, incoming seniors, that have planned other things, internships, jobs, and off that, normally when we try to make schedule changes, that's the first week. And is there any change into opposed to the 2-week policy before we can change anything that's not a mistake?
We haven't made any adjustments to those guidelines in terms of when students can change schedules, but knowing especially that if it was a student who, put it this way, we will make sure, especially for seniors, that they have an opportunity to participate in the after-school programs that they are hoping for.
Okay, great. So that answers my main question.
Oh, okay. Anything else?
Looks great. I know kids are very excited. We're all talking about it. So I think it should be good.
Okay. Ms. Emberlin.
to time myself. Okay. Change is always challenging. I was so impressed by the success of this committee in such a short time frame. It was thoughtful and comprehensive proposal. You had representatives from all the constituent groups, and thank you for your leadership on this issue and every issue. At Gunn, I think this is a more crunched time frame, but I feel like you've done so much work in terms of preparing, and I really appreciate you starting this at the beginning of the year instead of in the middle of the year. I think that would be a much more disruptive change for the students, I would imagine. And so I would just like you to continue to let us know what's needed to support the teachers as they navigate this first year, please. And I also recommend that we do some education for the parents, because this is new as well. Maybe a Q&A in the fall or town hall, something like that. So I'm sure you've thought this through, but it just came to me in terms of something I would be interested in as an incoming 9th grade parent. Thank you so much.
I have just a couple of questions and then a comment. Rose just brought up the challenge for, particularly for seniors who have scheduled things already in their schedule, and potentially for juniors as well. And I did hear from several student athletes at Gunn how worried they were about the impact on their schedules. And so I know that you're not going to be able to accommodate every single student. And what I would like to encourage is that you bring some students forward. Maybe it's the SEC, maybe it's a different student group, to help work through some of the issues. I believe that our students have lots of good ideas, and there certainly could be some ideas that could be implemented, I think, that could be implemented that we haven't thought about, and maybe after people have sat on this for the summer, there'll be some ideas that come forward. I do want to encourage, not just you, but any changes that we make, that we try to get on the front end with the city on traffic. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal till all the cars are piled up on the road trying to get in, and it doesn't seem like a big deal till you have an accident or students having a hard time coming in on bicycles, that kind of thing. So it's not just at Gunn, it's at all of our schools. This is a very, very busy community. We have a lot of companies coming in. We have a lot of traffic during rush hour, particularly in the morning, and I think anything you can do to get in front of that, not just for the bell schedule, but for anything else, I would really appreciate. I was really delighted in all the work that your committee did. I think that you did a very good job in corralling the cats. And I know they were cats. I'm sure everyone had different opinions on how it should go. I think having that kind of diversity on a committee makes the recommendations stronger. I know there are some other districts nearby that are watching very carefully, and will probably follow our lead if we're successful. It's also, change is really hard for anybody. And I think this change is probably going to be harder for the teachers than for the students. So for you students here who think this is going to be hard because you're an athlete or you have an internship, I think we'll come up with solutions to help you, or you'll be part of those solutions. For the teachers, changing the way they teach, I believe ultimately will be very satisfying. And if you go to Pali, in general, no one wants to go back to the old schedule, and it didn't take very long for the teachers and the students and everybody to say, wow, this actually is way better. But when you see the change in front of you and you haven't had a chance to move through that, it can be very daunting. So I encourage you to do whatever you can to support the teachers, to provide extra support for kids up front at the beginning of the year. And I will be endorsing this and voting for it. But I think it's okay to come back to us and say we hit a bump and we need some help getting this done.
Absolutely. I know one of the things that we've been talking about is making sure that without zero period, that there is a place for students who need a quiet place to study or to maybe make up tests before school as an option, since they may not have during school prep. So we are working with our staffing levels to see whose schedule we can move, but that might be one thing we're coming back to you with is we may need to expand a few hours in the library and the testing center. I want everyone to have a place to go.
Well, so thank you for being open to thinking of this, and thank you for being open to working with the students and the teachers on this. Why don't we go around one more time in case my colleagues have any other questions? Ms. Godfrey?
I'm ready to support. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Dauber?
I had a couple of questions. Dr. McGee, you mentioned that there are no classes that students that were only scheduled during zero period, except academic classes. Right. So I'd like to ask you about broadcast news, actually, and what your thinking was about that class.
Go ahead.
What your rationale was for not for allowing that class to remain in zero period? But that has this
I may defer part of this to Dr. Herman, but it's been they've been doing that for, I think, 10 years is what I heard from Mr. Jacobowski, and it's part of their broadcast.
It's also a live broadcast. It goes on every morning. It runs for the first 5 minutes of class. They normally come in. It depends on the day and what segment they're running and who's doing it. But it's scheduled as a zero period, so they can come in, set up, and then they run it for the first 5 minutes, and they're normally about 6 minutes late to their first period class. So it's scheduled in the zero period slot, but it's a less formal class.
Right. So I raise this because this is actually a class that if students want to take it, they have to take it during zero period. No. So is there an equivalent class at Pally? And when is that class taught? Ms. Giorio's nodding. So I would encourage you, Dr. Herman, to look to the Pally example, because this seems to me anyways to be exactly the kind of circumstance that we were looking to prevent, that is students having to be at school at 7:20 if they wanted to take a particular class. And I'll leave it at that. In terms of the traffic, I do encourage you to work with the Safe Routes to School folks and Ms. Elson and the city and so forth. But I also think that it's important that, and I want to once again voice, of course, my support for the decisions, not just on zero period, but other decisions, I think, around homework load and so forth, that Dr. McGee is taking that are focused really on putting students first, and then on understanding what the logistical implications of those decisions are. And that includes decisions about traffic. I would certainly not want to see a situation in which we're privileging concerns about traffic and how to handle that over the kinds of input that we've received from medical professionals and so forth on this issue. So I'll leave that at that as well. And I'm, of course, ready to support this change.
Ms. Townsend. How can I just leave those comments hanging out there? He knew it. He knew it. So we do, but I will again say, we have not had a agendized meeting on just zero period, and we haven't had a pro and con from the medical professionals who I have since had a chance to meet. And everything isn't cut and dry, and I'm not going to debate it now, but that's just incorrect. There is nothing to assume that this is safer or better for kids who with their parents, their counselor, and themselves, that this is better to cut out these options and cut their options at the end of the day, which may take them away from school and do the fun things they want. So I do want to just say there is a study which was very interesting, and appreciate meeting with the doctors, that said of course, doctors, if they've had, we assume, not enough sleep, we are concerned that they're going to make accidents. And so what happened is that there were some new rules because they didn't want the patient accidents to occur at the hands of doctors. And they changed the number of hours that actually doctors performed in a row. And what happened is that they determined that the patients didn't decrease. There weren't a number of accidents decreased because what happened is that there were so many turnovers of the doctors that the turnovers caused so many accidents. So there are unexplained, you don't know what's going to happen if you haven't really fully looked at what's going to result from a changed policy. So I will just one more time say, this is not the way this board or our superintendent have historically done business. We are transparent, and we haven't been here. That being said, I don't want Dr. Herman to be at the short end of the stick. You're doing a great job, and we appreciate that. However, before we start canceling any further classes, superintendent and colleagues, I am going to ask that we finally have a meeting on zero period and transparency. If we are going to start monkeying further with our schedule, I want a full and complete discussion with experts, who we call, and in fact, even, I noticed that even our own data from inside the district has never made it into a board packet from the counseling department and Mr. Jacobowski. Very simple stuff. It still isn't in here. So I want to hear from the community before I say I will vote for this or not. I appreciate all the good work that's been done on this schedule. I do know, having heard from Pally, that block schedules seem to work and in some ways are a little bit more university-like. And I like the idea of flexibility, and I would like to create more flexibility rather than less flexibility for our students. But that's of, I'd like to hear from our community and then my final thoughts.
Ms. Emberlin.
Yeah, I'm ready to support.
I'm ready to support as well. I'm going to make one quick suggestion. The Q&A that Ms. Emberling suggested could go out in that weekly counseling newsletter that I love.
I think face-to-face is good too. So we have some brainstorm ideas. We do our back-to-school night, and sometimes we have a meeting before because I know it can be hard for parents to add another meeting. So we were thinking of doing something in the newsletter and then maybe having a 30-minute Q&A in Spangenberg before the parent event. So we're trying to think of multiple ways for parents to learn about the schedule and get any other questions answered.
Great.
Thank you.
Rose, do you have anything else you want to ask? Okay, why don't we take, I have 3 cards. Mark Vincenti, Symbol Ali Karam, I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing this correctly, Karamali, and Andrea Wolf.
Thanks. I wasn't going to speak twice, but since there's so few speakers, on this topic of the bell schedule, I think it's a minor miracle and quite an achievement that Ms. Herman managed to herd so many cats, to use Ms. Bacon-Caswell's metaphor, so quickly. And I think the plan itself is probably a very, very good. My concern is about the timing of the implementation of the plan, and I share the your concern, Ms. Bacon-Caswell and Ms. Emberling, and also Ms. Townsend, for the speed with which this is being done, and also you spoke about your concern about the burden on the teachers. And I'm particularly concerned about this in a year when we've just had a school that has borne up under repeated griefs, the national spotlight, various controversies that have involved the school and have come into this room, the labor management difficulties. there's a lot of weight that the school has been bearing, and I'm very concerned about beginning this changeover in August. And here's why, and I think it's something, I think you haven't been given adequate information, if I may say so, on which to base a decision. And here's why I say that, is that and this is no different from the teacher's adjustment to giving less homework, there's an aspect of teaching which is very hard to adjust when you adjust the amount of time that teachers have. And that is the fact that teaching is, in essence, about telling stories. You plan a unit to tell a story. You plan a semester to tell a story. You plan every single class hour to tell a story with a beginning and a middle and an end. That's how you teach. And you can't sort of just take out the part of the beginning or rip out part of the middle or the end and have something that is coherent for the kids. For example, a science teacher tells the story of how light is bent and how we can bend it to our purposes. An English teacher would tell the story of, over the course of the semester, maybe some theme of loss of innocence or those things we English teachers cook up. Or a history teacher might be telling the story of what gets wars started and why they can't be prevented. These are narratives, and to truncate them quickly is very destructive to making the enjoyable process that Ms. Weinman complimented us on. For example, people say, well, why can't teachers just lop off a little homework every night? That would be like asking Charles Dickens to shorten The Tale of Two Cities by cutting every third sentence. You can't. That's not what we do as teachers. And in terms of the changing to the new bell schedule, that's as if, I mean, you're pouring things into different vessels. That's as if you said to Charles Dickens, well, just put your chapter breaks at different pages.
Thank you, Mr. Vincenti.
Thank you.
Symbol Ali Karamali. Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can say it again.
Sumbul Ali Karamali.
Thank you.
I came, thank you for giving me a few minutes. I came because I read in the paper that the zero period might still be under discussion, and so I just wanted to say a few words about it. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I have a daughter who's taken zero period math for the last 2 years, and she totally loves it. She has actually gotten more sleep because in the last 2 years because zero period has made her more efficient. She has a break, a prep period in the middle of the day because of zero period, and that allows her to detox and de-stress and settle down. So she's going to be more stressed at not having it, but and I understand that everybody is coming from a place of just trying to be good to our kids and trying to do the right thing. But the fact is that all kids are not the same, and the ones who don't want to take zero period don't have to take it, but the ones who do want to take it are being punished by it not being offered. And I wish there had been a little bit more process around this, because the first I heard of it was the email saying that the decision had been made. And I sent an email then, but it wasn't answered or acknowledged. So I do feel like there was not enough discussion. And I did hear some of the advocates, even after the decision had been made, saying things that indicated that there was a lot of misinformation around the subject as well. So I didn't think they all had the right information. So I guess I'm here because I would like you to please, I would like to urge you to reconsider this decision, or at least delay it until there can be more discussion around it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Andrew Wolf?
I have either attended many of the board meetings that have discussed zero period, or I've watched from the comfort of my own couch at home. So my comments are towards that. Ms. Townsend, I understood you to just say in your most recent comments this evening that doctors did just as well with less sleep than they did with more sleep. That studies are showing that we don't quite know what the difference is, whether it's sleep or not sleep. I'm confused why you would bring that up when we're discussing 14 to 18-year-olds. And doctors typically are in their late 20s or early 30s. So I'm wondering why that would be a good comparison here. I know that for my children between 14 and 18, they had pretty much nothing in common with my daughter right now, who is 27. So I wonder about that in your comparison. Furthermore, I'm perplexed as to why you continue to bring up whether we've had a full discussion of zero period in the community or not, particularly because it's been explained here at the board meetings that I've attended and that I've watched from home that this was an administrative decision made by the superintendent and not a board decision at all. That if this is a policy, a school policy, it should go through board policy review. And I know you yourself have served on board policy review, so I'm wondering why it keeps coming up in these meetings. I personally would like to support Dr. McGee in having done his job, looked at a situation, and made an administrative decision. People have chimed in the last 3 board meetings as to what their opinions were, and it seems to me that there has been a public airing of the issues. So I would like to thank Dr. McGee once again for doing his job. And I would like you to explain why medical doctors are the same as high school students, since that's what I took from your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Aaron Rasinghani. Rasinghani. I got the Aaron night.
Yeah. So hi, my name is Rowan Raisingani, and I'm Gun Student Body President. So for the last, I think, 4 school board meetings that I've been to consecutively, we've discussed the zero period issue. I'll say again that I do not agree with it being nixed, and neither does the majority of the gun student body, and multiple studies, formal and informal, have proved that. I don't have numbers on me, but I know that all of these meetings are archived, so you can look through the archives, and my point will be proven. That being said, if zero period is still up for consideration, I strongly urge it to be reconsidered. This creative schedule that is being offered is what the committee that has come up with the schedule is finding the silver lining in a bad situation. Had zero period not been taken away, this creative schedule would not have been conceived. So, I think it is in the best interest of the board to represent the students and to reconsider the decision, because that is what the students want. However, from what I can tell, the board does not seem willing to budge. And in that case, I strongly urge that the board unanimously approves the proposed schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think board members are ready to vote on this. And what we're voting on is this bell schedule proposal.
I'm almost ready to vote, but someone can't take me out of context. It just says, oftentimes reforms may have created new unexpected sources of mistakes. And that was my point, so I'll leave it with that. Can I, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make a comment too, in closing, from hearing some of the comments that Aren made and others. I think it's really important to note, as I'm speaking for the committee, that the committee was responsible for coming up with the best bell schedule from 8:25 to 3:35.
Right.
We were not charged with the zero period discussion. That was not on any of our agendas. And I just think it's really important that you know that the schedule that we are recommending to you is for our regular school day. And the zero period discussion is something completely separate. I know they end up being merged in practice, but I just think it's really important for you and the people watching on TV know that the Creative Bell Schedule Committee was already going down the path of a 75 or a 90-minute model. When this came in, we were going to be neutral. We were going to be recommending a schedule that could accommodate zero period or not accommodate zero period. Okay. And I'm really proud that the model is ready to support either option. The other thing is the committee members wanted everyone to know that we want to support teachers, and that's why we did put a very aggressive professional development plan. And we also did offer gun teachers a significant amount of planning time over the summer that's flexible when they can get together with their peers. So we have tried to anchor it with some common planning tools that they'll receive next week, and then some flexible time, and then ongoing professional development. Because when we went on all of our site visits, the thing that all of the administrators, teachers, and everyone said is plan a little bit over the summer, but the most important support will be ongoing that first quarter, when people really need that half day to rework their lessons or something like that. So we're really trying to follow the recommendations of people who have been through it recently, and we think that our plan will do just that. And we have really, really strong and amazing teachers. So although this is going to be a lot of work, when it says we're all in this together, they really are. And I think besides hard work, that's sometimes some of the best team building that can happen in an organization. So I'm looking forward to supporting my teachers through this journey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Thank you.
That we adopt the Creative Bell Schedule Committee.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Herman, motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Herman. Yes. Dr. Herman. So now we have the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Advisory Committee report. Dr. McGee.
So I was going to start with a why, but I think I'd like to start with a who and have the committee come on up and grab a seat up front, please. And this is, I think, the beginning of a historical day in Palo Alto Unified School District. While we have seen episodic improvements in serving the needs of historically underrepresented students, it has been far too long since there's been a systemic approach. For far too long, historically underrepresented students have been lower than their peers in several areas: graduation rates, A to G eligibility, scores on standardized tests. They're referred more often to Alta Vista, disproportionately represented in special education, and disproportionately missing from our advanced and honors classes. Earlier this year, when we first introduced this, I showed a slide of our from the SARC, for the CST scores up there, and asked people to estimate where our historically underrepresented population fell. And can we put up the cover slide, please, by the way, for our slideshow? And it was pretty interesting because there was a range of guesses that spanned, I think, on the low end, 20 percentile points to 80 percentile points. The mean was far above where the students were. And so we figured it was time, and the time is now to do something for these deserving students. Because not only are we, if we don't meet their needs, we are not really fulfilling our mission, we're not fulfilling our vision, we're not providing for them, and frankly, we're not providing for our district, our community, our state, and our country. So we put together this advisory committee. We had about 50 applicants, 55 applicants. We selected about half those to present tonight. And they came together with a lot of solutions to start with, and a lot of fantastic ideas, and a lot of differing opinions in different ways to attack this problem. But what's most important is they all came together with a sense of mission. A sense of mission that this work mattered, that this work was important, that this work would make an enduring difference. So before we start our presentation tonight, I'd really like to introduce the committee members who gave literally hundreds of hours of their time. Our committee meetings started at, we're supposed to go from 7 to 9, and we ended up moving them up to 6:30. They go until 9:30 or 10, and and then some, and plenty of hours in between. And I've been a superintendent since 1987 and 88 in a very number of districts. I have never served with a committee of this dedicated volunteers of this passion, this commitment. About 2/3 of them did not miss one meeting at all for any reason whatsoever. So I just wanted to take a minute to recognize. I'll just, well, let me start with the co-chairs, Judy and Avni, and just stand up for a minute, would you? And then our writing team, Tacita, Adriana, would you stand up, please, and join, and Barbara. And student representative, Shannon. I don't know if Anna is here tonight. Shannon. And let's have our parent representatives. We are, I know, Adriana, you're on that too, but we have a whole host of parent representatives here. Carmen, Sharon, Gina, Barbara, April. Thank you. And then we have our administrative and faculty representatives. Would you stand up, please? Alcia, Carol, Katie, Kim, Anna. Great, thank you. And I know some couldn't be here tonight, but we are so part of this committee. So I think what we'll do is run through the slideshow. And as a reminder, this is an information item, so we're not going to ask for formal action on the report itself. Specific recommendations will be built into the budget request for next year, in fact, at our next meeting, and for succeeding years. But let's begin with where we should begin, and that is this extraordinary committee. Let's have a quick photo opportunity. We have our facilitators, Shireen and Paul, in the middle next to Shannon. But let's go on to our vision statement. And I added some emphasis here, just a reminder, is our vision's about supporting all students as they prepare themselves to thrive as global citizens in this rapidly changing world. We develop our students' knowledge, critical thinking and problem-solving skills, and nurture the curiosity, creativity, and resilience, empowering every child to reach his or her full intellectual, social, and creative potential. All our students, every full. There's a reason those words are underlined. Next slide, please. In the strategic plan, this is under the area academic excellence. A3 is significantly raise the achievement of historically underserved students by ensuring equity of preparation, access, and support. So this is kind of our preamble, we the people. And next slide, please. I'd like to ask Judy maybe to talk a little about the background. Judy.
Thank you for the committee for coming. I'm so proud. I know that Dr. McGee already said that, but I'm so proud to serve on this committee. I've been 10 years as a parent, 4 years as a teacher, now 4 years as an administrator, and this is the best work that I've seen anybody ever do in Palo Alto. So I'm giving a little bit of background on Palo Alto Unified School District socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and also the African American students, Latinos, Pacific Islanders, and Native American students. So historically, have had lower outcomes than their peers in several areas. And these reports have been around for over the past 5 years. And some of the reports that I'll reference is graduation rates, even though they are higher than Santa Clara County, have been lower for some of the underrepresented groups. A through G eligibility, which was presented in 2010 by Dinah Wilmot, showed that our minority students at all levels of socioeconomic status scored lower. One that stood out was 33% of our African Americans were not eligible for A through G, compared to over 80% for white and Asians. Scores and standardized tests from a Credo report in 2010 revealed that there was a gap. Again, in 2011-12, Brenda Creo and I did a report on Alta Vista referrals, and 100% were represented students of color. And then 2007-09, Palo Alto was identified as having a disproportionality in special education. So the problem has been around for quite some time, and this is the first year that we actually are having a plan. I think that we have been attacking the problem, but it's been piecemeal, and so I think it was time for us to do it together. And with that, I'm going to introduce Tacita Tormala.
So the charge of our committee was to prepare a set of strategic evidence-based recommendations that will enable the PAUSD community to ensure underrepresented minority students and students from lower resource backgrounds have the necessary opportunities, conditions, and supports to succeed and to realize and maximize their full intellectual, creative, and social potential. And as Dr. McGee and as Judy has mentioned, we took this charge very, very seriously because we all felt, and I am actually an alum in the district, so I graduated from Gunn a number of years ago, but it has been an issue since I was in high school, and it continues to be an issue, and it's something that we have the resources and capability to do something about. So we took this charge very seriously. So the process of our committee, we, through extensive discussion, extensive research, developed 5 problem clusters that Avni will talk about next. And from these 5 problem clusters, developed subcommittees to address each of these problem clusters. So one was the data analysis subcommittee, and this subcommittee examined the research that existed in the district to look at any disparities that exist in academic achievement by race, ethnicity, and by SES. A second subcommittee was focus groups, and they conducted many, many focus groups over the course of 2 months, talking with students, talking with parents, talking with faculty and staff and administrators, and talking with community members about their experiences in the district, and hearing some very heart-wrenching stories. The District Practices Committee examined the policies and practices that exist in the district to address issues with historically underrepresented groups. And the Best Practices Committee did extensive research and did site visits at local schools who have a good reputation for the achievement gap. And through this subcommittee work and through the problem clusters, we eventually got to what we assessed to be the root causes. And again, over extensive discussion, over extensive communication with each other, brainstormed, finalized, and then prioritized a set of recommendations, which we'll be presenting today. So I'd like to present Avni.
So the next slide is probably where we actually spent the most amount of time. I think many of us were eager to jump to conclusions, but our facilitators kept us reaching and really figuring out what the problems were. And so I think perhaps the most important problem cluster is the first, in that Palo Alto Unified School District has an underlying and unconscious narrative of bias that actually permeates the system at all levels, and in fact is tied to the other 4 problem clusters. The second is the quality and nature of parent-student school community connections. Essentially, are we reaching out and communicating with all of our students, with all of our families in a meaningful way? The third is instructional standards and accountability. Through our own survey data, it became clear that expectations are not set high for all students. Where's the accountability for this, and what is going to take us to actually raise the bar for every single one of our students? The fourth is the identification and intervention structures, procedures, and policies. National research really tells us that elementary data helps us predict future student outcomes. What are we doing about this, when, and how? So we'll take a further look at these. And then finally, inequitable access and mismatched needs of historically underrepresented students. So I think Ms. Sue Allen talked earlier about how the Ravenswood School District and the community of East Palo Alto, and the schools at least, are beginning to become more technologically advanced. The same is maybe not the case in the homes of some of our Palo Alto Unified students that are coming from East Palo Alto. So really, are we as a district cognizant of the digital divide that some families may have challenges around that, and really are we changing our behaviors as a result of knowing this information? So next is Adriana.
Hello, my name is Adriana Flores Ragade, and I am a parent of a young fiver. She's in Grindel, and I have a 3-year-old that will be coming into the system. Prior to joining the committee, I had never met any of the people sitting here. I should just say that, and for a Palo Alto Online comment. And I am pleased that actually I become friends, and some of them, I admire the work that they're doing. So I would like to discuss some of the findings. We did a lot of research, as was mentioned. Some of it was quantitative research, some of it was qualitative research. And through focus groups, surveys, and interviews that we conducted with teachers, students, parents, we were able to come up with some key findings. We determined that there are gaps. Some of these gaps exist from early grades. We're able to identify those gaps. When we met with the elementary school teachers, they're like, well, we could tell you who's going to underperform already. And this was with young five teachers and also with some other elementary school teachers. So we know that the problem is there, and that tackling in earlier grades could be beneficial. The same thing in terms of access to enrichment opportunities that some of the students don't have. Some of the students who are historically underrepresented backgrounds do not have. And in terms of middle school placement, laning became an issue. That's something that was mentioned often, and it was also mentioned by some of the high school teachers that told us during the focus groups that by the time the students get to them, it's already too late in some ways because they don't have the foundational skills, the basic skills that they need in order to succeed in upper level lanes. In terms of the expectations, some students felt that the expectations for historically underrepresented students were a lot lower. And that came up, we launched a survey, thanks to the new data person that we have, Chris in the back, that helped us. He came right on time to help us develop and launch the survey that we did. We had 868 participants, and a lot of the information and the findings you will find in the report in front of you. But out of those 868, almost 400 of those were students. So these students told us that historically underrepresented students felt that the expectations that others had for them were lower. And that resonated in one of the focus groups, and I'm going to share a story because I'm a storyteller. And one of the students in one of our focus groups told us, and I had a pleasure of doing many of the focus groups with Dr. McGee, told us that the student had received a C in math, and the student thought that he was great in math, going into middle school. And his peer, who happened to be Caucasian, also received a C. The teacher handed out the reports or the grades, the papers, and she gave it to the underrepresented students, and then moved on to the peer and said, I expected better from you. And that message he remembered when this student was a junior in high school. So the expectations are lower for our students, and we need to think about how we can battle that. Not all bad news. We also found that there are some students that there are some programs that are doing great things, like the AVID program. So we want to learn more about what it is that they're doing and how we could potentially expand this program. And then when we met with parents, some of them really wanted to be connected, wanted to be engaged, but in some ways they faced many barriers in trying to be engaged with their schools. So those were some of the key findings that we have. Next slide, please. The focus areas for solutions, and as my peers mentioned, we had a lot of solutions that came at the beginning. Many of us have had different experiences through parenting, through work that we do outside of being volunteers. And we know that there are some districts that are doing some really good things in terms of district accountability. They actually have offices that oversee, that track, and that are able to intervene whenever whenever they see an underperformance with students. We also saw a need for professional development, and professional development could really help battle some of that unconscious bias that Avni mentioned was part of one of our problem clusters. In terms of human resources, you will see in the report that we have in 2012-2013, we had 12 African American teachers and 39 Latino teachers in the whole district. And I think diversity, as someone mentioned earlier, not only benefits underrepresented minority students in terms of role modeling, but it benefits all students. In terms of response to intervention, we know that there are some programs out there that could make a difference, and I know that we're gonna talk a little bit more. Some of my peers will talk a little bit more about this during the recommendation section. But sometimes when we do response to intervention, sometimes when we have intervention programs, we take students out of the classroom. And when they're out of the classroom, as one of the high school teachers mentioned, they're not learning. So they still have to play catch up. So we have to really look at RTI and how we could help our students. Laning, math, some of those decisions are made at the end of 6th grade for some of the students. So how can we increase the number of underrepresented students in upper level lanes? Early education, whether it's through extended days or kinder, early education and an early foundation can make a difference for all students. Parents want to be engaged. They want to be part of the solution. So getting parents involved, even if they do not speak the language. I know that there are some schools that have been doing a lot of outreach and are doing a great job, but that's not across the board. It's not across all the schools. So looking at ways to really engage parents and having them as partners in the solutions. And then finally, community partnerships. There are after-school programs. There are foundations. There are businesses around the area that could really support some of the efforts and some of the implementation efforts that will take place, hopefully through the recommendations that we'll make. So I'd like to introduce the next person, which is Ana.
Hi, I'm Anna Reyes, and I am an alumni of PALI. I am a teacher, special education teacher at Jordan Middle School, and I'm also a parent of 2 students, a kindergartner and a 2nd grader. I'm going to talk a little bit about our key findings from the District Practices Committee, as well as the Best Practices Committee. The District Practices Committee, we interviewed district-level administrators to find out what programs district-wide were being rolled out to serve our historically underrepresented minorities, such as the VTP program and our EL language programs. We also interviewed community-based programs like EPAT and Dreamcatchers to see which students they were serving, how many students they were serving, and how they were targeting their instruction. And then we went out to sites and talked with site principals as well as other site leaders to find out the information on site-based programs for historically underrepresented minorities. And what we then found was, by compiling a spreadsheet of all of our schools, as well as the programs that were being taught at each of them, was that there really is not a level of consistency across the district. So there are many wonderful programs being done at many schools. However, there's no programs that are running from elementary all through high school or at every single elementary program that are research-based and being followed with fidelity. We worked closely with the Best Practices Subcommittee as well. The Best Practices Subcommittee compiled articles that were research based on best practices for reducing the achievement gap. And this committee then visited 5 sites that were using best practices. We then cross-referenced with our district practices to see what we could, what we're already doing and how we could tweak that to meet with best practice research-based programs. I'm going to ask April.
Good evening. My name is April House. I'm the mother of 4 children who either currently attend or have attended Palo Alto Unified Schools. I'm happy to share with you some of our proposed recommendations for the 2015-16 academic year. First and foremost, our committee recommends that we identify and administer a diagnostic in both literacy and mathematics, particularly for pre-kindergarten through 2nd grade student populations. Our hope is that both administrators and faculty would have continuous access to this data, and that this data would guide decisions regarding both student interventions and monitoring. Our committee also recommends that our district commission an audit of district intervention programs so that we might identify and replicate the most effective research-anchored models. Next, we'd like to employ an equity coordinator to lead the development of our district's equity plan. This equity coordinator would also manage issues pertinent to historically underrepresented students and families. To continue our recommendations, I'd like to introduce the ever-energetic Carmen Munoz.
That was not planned. Hi, I'm Carmen Munoz, and I'm a parent volunteer, and I have a child in Walter Hayes Elementary School. We have a principal here. And at Jordan and at Pally, a 7th grader, and I've been very honored to serve with all these wonderful members. So to tackle one of the problems of the committee is the underlying unconscious narrative bias. Definitely launch a California teacher staff development sessions on unconscious bias with equity trainings for all staff every 4 to 6 years. The next, the committee definitely believed, and we've talked about this before, the committee, early education and intervention is key. Based on the results of the diagnostic assessment for kindergarten students, provide additional 2 days a week of extended or full day kindergarten. This has been piloted this semester at Walter Hayes Elementary School, where 2 of the days, rather than the kids leaving at 12 o'clock, they leave at 2:45, either in the bus or parents pick them up. So they have a small group gets very focused attention for 2.5 hours. Ensure that extensive summer enrichment and after-school program is available for underrepresented students, and this definitely should, as we had talked about it before, with there are other programs out there, but sometimes a lot of these programs are not enough, and the district also providing some after-school programming and ensuring that there's summer enrichment would definitely be key. And once again, there's also programs at different schools that have been working very well. Employ mathematics intervention support personnel for middle schools.
Next slide. Okay, so our next recommendation is to assure new hirings for teachers and administrators are representative of our district's diverse populations. As another committee member mentioned before, we do not have a lot of faculty of color, and that is something that we would like to change. Number 10, create a system for obtaining, analyzing, and reporting data necessary to monitor progress and report on results. So we would like to use data as a tool for like solving this achievement gap, and that's something we've seen all along our committee process, including gathering data. 11, strengthen existing community partnerships and foster new ones to encourage innovative supports and enrichment for underrepresented students. And lastly, 12, create clear, objective, and well-communicated information about learning decisions and waivers in mathematics in middle school and high school. So with this recommendation, we are addressing both the unconscious narrative of bias as well as the access gap or language barriers that families of historically underrepresented populations may have. So this includes like a clear rubric of how you get in, because currently mathematics is learned after 6th grade from a scale of 1 to 9, and if you're over a certain number you get into advanced, and if you're not, you don't. So Also, this recommendation includes communication and PR that will allow all families to be included in this fair process. So with that, I'm proud to recommend these 12 recommendations to the board, and I'll hand it back over to Dr. McKee.
Thanks, Shannon. Good job. Thank you. Wow. Great. Well, thank you. Let me just close first with an apology. Zev, I couldn't see that far. And as everyone can attest, we heard about the ever-energetic Carmen, and we heard about, I don't know how to describe, but Zev was an active participant in our meetings, and my apologies for leaving you off the list earlier. But Zev's a community member and brings an extraordinary background and data and research to this committee and played an important part throughout the process. So let me just close and let you know some of these will be presented in the budget conversation, but some we started on already. For example, Catherine Baker, the middle school principals, and I met with the middle school math ISs this afternoon for an hour just to talk about this whole process and the waivers and access to waivers, with the goal of making sure that our historically underrepresented had opportunities and access to the to succeed when they get through high school in the A lane of mathematics. So much of this report's about opportunity and access, and so we close. Every member of this committee, I think, will agree that it is our belief and hope that our work will make a difference. It will change current practices, because if we always do what we've always done, right, we'll always get what we've always got, as the saying goes. So as we hope this report changes these current practices that have led to historically inequitable outcomes. Committee members realize that their efforts, however, will only have the desired impact if and only if all Palo Alto Unified School District employees and affiliated stakeholders share a collective responsibility to close this opportunity gap, to strive to improve achievement, and to create a welcoming, safe, healthy, and appropriately challenging academic environment that promotes excellence and incorporates high expectations and high standards. Committee members also know that success will require a sustained support at all levels of the system, in homes, in classrooms, as well as the offices and the boardroom. And that in addition to the promising practices, underrepresented students and families will be well served by policies and a big vision with strategic goals and measurable outcomes. Our committee is confident that the innovative spirit, drive, resilience, and commitment to solving tough problems that is the DNA of our community will result in an improved educational system that will assure every student and all students have the opportunity and access to programs, practices, and personnel that will empower each child to attain his or her highest intellectual, creative, and social potential. I don't know what Charles Dickens would say about this report, but I'm going to call it a classic work. Thank you so much. And now for questions. I think I'll stay here because I'd rather have most of the committee members answer questions. Okay. You hear plenty from me. So.
Okay, board members, we have 3 public comments. Are you okay with us taking those first? Yes. Sure. Okay, great. Mary Elena, Sarah Woodham, Gina Dalma. As we're waiting for our first speaker, I just want to thank so many members of the committee for coming out tonight. It's a big deal to have this many people here. Thank you for all your hard work, but also for being here tonight.
Hello, everyone. I'm here because this is a subject of my interest. As my kids are Latinos and I have worked in the district, I have seen things going on inside as a staff and outside as a parent, as an advocate too. So this sounds really good, but I really hope that you do put it to work. And it looks very good on paper. Everything looks good on paper. But if I come to the school and I see that not everybody is applying that, what good is it? I have advocated for kids with special ed needs, and one IEP that I went, just to let you know a little bit, one IEP that I went, the child, they were taking him out while the white kids and the Asian kids were staying inside the classroom. For these two Latinos, they had to be out. So right there, there's this proportionality. And with my own kids, they were very good at English. I had a special ed kid, and everybody thought because I was a special ed, the younger ones had to be tested right away. And I said no. And actually, one of them is gifted, but he didn't like the system, and he moved to Foothill College. Very gifted student. And the other one is also, he tries very hard. Now, things don't come as easy for him. But when he moved from JLS, he was recommended to higher level math and higher level English, higher level Spanish. And when we went there, they were in lower level. And I said, how come? You know, they earned this thing. They said, oh, sometimes the middle school teachers exaggerate. So we're going to make sure they are in the right spot. I was just at another IEP for my niece, and I was disappointed to hear, you know, they're telling us how kids are doing, and then they said, you know, we have a close to a successful student. I was like, wait, what's going on? No, this is a successful student, very successful. It just happens to have right now emotional issues, but it's not a problem and has never been a problem since kindergarten. She's smart. Has A and B's and maybe one C, but I would say she's successful. What do you call successful? I told the person at the IEP, what do you call successful? Why do you sit her down with a successful kid? What are you meaning? She's not successful. So this person obviously has a mind of her own, and she has created inside her mind of what successful is. And anybody else who comes, my niece is Latino, apellido Jimenez, last name Jimenez. So she must need a successful model. So those little things need to stop. We need to stop pulling out kids from special ed to give them services outside. We need, if the teachers recommended good English, advanced English actually, and advanced math, advanced whatever, that must be, I don't think the middle school teachers are lying. But when they went to GAN, that's what happened. You go to lower, and we have to fight so much to take them out of the lower lane English classes that it was awful. It took 2 weeks because they don't make the change right away, and by then it was late.
Thank you, Mary Elena.
Please make sure all these policies are applied in practice.
Thank you. Gina Doma? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Sarah Woodham.
Hi, I'm Sarah Woodham. I have 3 kids, about to be 8th grade, 6th grade, and kinder. So I have a long time left to go.
Good.
For better or for worse. Anyway, I just really wanted to, I mean, the discussion hasn't really begun, but I do want to applaud Dr. McGee for queuing this up. I think literally within a month or 2 of his even arriving in the district. And this work effort has been the effort that I think many of us in the community have been waiting for a long time. It's a hard problem. And many of us have seen it and experienced it at different levels for many years. And we appreciate the work of this committee. And I co-chair PAS with Kim Bomar, who couldn't be here today, but one of our unwritten agenda in all of that is to drive our group out of business, because this is not where we want to spend our time. We have done a lot of advocacy ourselves. This is our scrappy little group with the school board, sites, principals, teachers, wherever we could find them. We've done parent education, but seeing this comprehensive effort by this committee is extremely rewarding. I'm impressed by the range of surveys that you were able to accomplish, just going, students, parents, teachers. That's incredibly powerful. I mean, it's qualitative, but in combination with the quantitative analysis you're able to do, and pulling up the credo, analysis, the the various WASC reports or SARC reports. I mean, I'm very impressed by the comprehensive nature of this work. I mean, it's taken a while, but it's been worth it. I guess if I were, I know the devil's in the details, but I just want to urge the board to sort of focus on these recommendations because I think that they're basically spot on. And if I could make a little pitch, I really would love us to focus a lot on, maybe, I don't know, not to pit one against the other, but early education. It's just so much easier to solve these problems with our younger children than it is to ask our high school staff and teachers to address issues that literally, they get these kids overnight. But these issues that, with the kids have been building for years and years. And it starts with early education. And to that end, I'd just like us to have really good accountability in terms of what we're doing, at what levels, and consistency across sites, and with extended kindergarten, because it starts at kindergarten. My son's in a program now. He's going to kindergarten next year, and I'm thinking, what am I going to do with him? Because he's going to be out of school at 12 o'clock. He's currently in school till 2. And I'm just wondering, and it just feels sort of wrong that he's sort of going to get less schooling a year later than he has right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gina Dama.
Thank you. Good evening. So first of all, I want to thank Dr. McGee for your absolute leadership. It was inspiring to hear that you were thinking of this committee, and thank you for allowing me to be part of it. I really feel humbled to have worked shoulder to shoulder with parents, with students, with teachers, dedicated people to the school district. It was truly inspiring. I hope more than anything that these recommendations are taken by you with the seriousness and urgency we intended, but more importantly with the spirit that they were developed. I will speak for myself, but know that my fellow committee members agree, and our community is urging you that the spirit is to strive for equity. Simply, equity means we create policies, invest, and commit ourselves to ensure all our kids have a fair chance to thrive. Equity means that we accept that a narrative of bias has served to keep our kids back, and that we as a community will not allow that to happen. Finally, equity means that we will measure our success as a school district when our most disadvantaged students thrive, not when our most privileged students thrive. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the work that I know you're going to put into this. We know that this is just the start, but as a committee member, and I share with all my committee members that we know it's a start and we're fully committed to see it through. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to give our student board rep the opportunity to ask any questions she wants first, and then we'll go around.
Hey, wow, what a interesting report. So much things that I guess I wasn't aware of, but I think a lot could be done about education for every student. I guess my question would be the emphasis on math, especially the 6th grade math. Is there a reason for that? Why not 9th grade English or whatever?
Right. So yeah, there's a few reasons for it. And I don't know if anybody else wants to talk about. You want to talk about math for a little bit, Zev? Or I'm almost afraid to ask, but I'm going to start. I should be afraid. I'm going to start. I want first shot at this because Zev was sometimes our contrarian in the group, so but brought such value to it. So here's what we found. We actually looked at 12th grade students and traced their trajectory back through high school, and we found that a lot of times that the mathematics, where they ended up on high school, was based often on where their 6th grade teacher recommended they be placed. And so that 7th grade placement became critical to a student's math trajectory. And so the students are really disproportionately represented in the A lane, much less the H lane. And many more students historically underrepresented in the lower lanes. So then we met, so we need to have some way to support these students, because we know that they can learn and succeed in the higher lanes if they're given the appropriate opportunity and access. It comes down to opportunity and access. We learn this from EPAT, we learn this from dream catchers, and Zev can talk more about larger scale data that you know, is maybe not so conclusive as our local data are. But the when we met with the math ISs, what they told us is that, you know, part of the problem is the kids come to 6th grade without the requisite foundation. And so we started, you know, looking back, as Ms. William-Johnson said, at kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade. And while we do a pretty good job with literacy and measuring literacy, we really don't with mathematics. And what we do know is if students are not able to really have a basic foundation by 3rd grade, they're going to have a very difficult, challenging time in mathematics. So the committee then is recommending that we have diagnostic mathematics assessments in K2 and provide appropriate interventions and support so that they do come out of 3rd grade being able to do their mathematics with some automaticity, be able to think mathematically, not just do arithmetic, but start to think mathematically. And that will make a difference up the lane, in addition to the interventions in the middle school. So it's not one or the other, it's really both and.
I am happy to join the recommendations about the middle school, because I think the recommendations are reasonable. But the question was, why was the focus on mathematics and not on English? And the answer is, because this is the only subject in the middle school that there is leading, and only naturally people looked at it and said, well, there must be a problem. The fact is, we didn't find any problem. We found some indication that maybe there is some issue of implementing the policies in 6th grade that are in place and are generally adhered to, but maybe there is some issue in implementation. That's it, truly, in terms of data. However, because the issue was of interest, and I think it's commendable that we want to have everybody in the high lane. I think it's doable, it's commendable. So in this sense, I am joining these recommendations, although again, I repeat, the data does not show directly any particular issues in the middle school with mathematics.
Did anybody else want to speak to that? Shannon, you want to speak to it for a minute? Or Pierre, one of you?
So I might be wrong because this is off of what I remember, but like math is the problem, like the main problem for the achievement gap. So like it's holding people back on like graduation, A to G rates, like whatever the most, and also it's the biggest gap like between underrepresented and white and Asian students. So it really is a huge investment if we solve the issue with math. I mean, English is important too. We do realize.
You could find that. I was told the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's our middle school expert.
Middle school teacher.
Good evening. I want to echo some of the comments first made about being honored to be serving on this committee. I've been in our district for 26 years, a parent in our district, a teacher in our district, and now an administrator in our district as well. And I have served on a number of both site and district equity initiatives and teams. And I want to say again my deep appreciation to Dr. McGee for his initiation of this team and for the thoughtful way in which we have approached this work. With regard to middle school mathematics and laning, I think much has been said in regard to the fact that it is the laned subject area in our district. But in addition to that, middle school is in a unique position. So for that early intervention, those students come into middle school and we are needing to see at that 6th grade level what the preparation is and what we can do to shore them up as they're entering. At springtime of the 6th grade year is when assessments are given, and I want to acknowledge the work that has been done by our middle school math teachers and math instructional supervisors. They have invested a great deal of time in creating common assessments, common rubrics, and a common process. Having said that, the Silicon Valley Foundation also has determined that one of the key instruments in achieving equity with regard to laning is an objective process. And what we have found is, although Zev says it's not a problem, what we are reviewing is that the process that we currently have is that the same teachers who are assigning homework are also assessing that homework, are giving grades, are creating the tests, are scoring the tests, are making the recommendations, and are ushering in the waiver process. All of that is carried forth through the teachers at the middle school level. That in itself really causes us to review whether or not we have the objectivity in this process that we want to achieve to ensure equity. So that is part of what we are looking at in terms of our process of not only creating greater outreach to the waiver process, shoring our students up who may be close to that measure and mark, but if you have a 9-point scale, that is a wide span of how we are making a determination, and all of that, as it currently stands, could use some review to its objectivity. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have one more community comment from Giselda Morales.
Buenas noches a todos. A ver si puedo hablar.
Madam President, could I ask a question? When we have a community member who needs translation, and limiting that community member to 3 minutes seems inadequate, given the fact that
we will extend it for a translation.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Voy a contar lo que es clases especiales para los latinos y morenos. No nos dan clase.
I'm going to tell you what special education is for Latinos and African American students.
No nos enseñan a leer ni escribir sin no tener ninguna discapacidad.
Even if they don't have a disability, they do not teach them to read and write.
A mi hijo le dijeron primero que no miraba y que estaba sordo.
They first blame my son. He was not learning because he couldn't see and because he was deaf.
Que nunca iba a aprender a leer.
They said he was never gonna learn to read.
Le hice yo todo, lo llevé al doctor, le hicieron exámenes le hicieron un examen físico y general que no resulta, que estaba el niño bien.
I took him to the doctor and they checked on him. They did a physical exam and they said he is okay.
Desde allí empezó mi pesadilla.
Right there, my nightmare started.
De que mi niño entró a kinder.
Since my child started kindergarten.
Sin darle la oportunidad de darle clases, él pedía lo que lo ponían a ver a televisión y que anduviera caminando por toda la escuela.
He did not have the opportunity to learn, and what they did, they just put him to watch TV, and he would be running around the school.
Mi hijo desde allí anduvo en todas las escuelas, conoció todas las escuelas de Palo Alto.
My child did not have an opportunity to stay in one school. He knew all Palo Alto schools, elementaries.
Ustedes me van a estar escuchando, van a decir que es un niño mal portado, que por eso lo pusieron en clases. Quisiera que hubiera una investigación para que vean quién es mi hijo y dejé de trabajar para dedicarle mucho el tiempo y desde allí cuando entró a la high school se quiso matar porque le tiraban las tareas y aquí está la directora que me aventaba hasta la puerta por pedir educación académica. Al otro niños, no nos dejan que vayamos a la universidad. Lo que le dicen a los niños, ¿tú para qué quieres ir a la universidad?
I hope I remember. What they do, they don't give to our kids opportunity to learn. Here is the principal who used to throw away the papers on my son when he did it, and they don't believe that they don't believe they're gonna go to the university. Sorry if I forgot something. It was too much.
I tried to help a little bit to her, my wife. Well, she wants to explain about my son, because he tried to come in on the train for 2 times, and it's just very difficult for me and for her. And right now he's very good in the school right now. He had a very good class right now, and good points, very good points. He's 100% different, my son, 100%. Right now he lost 100 pounds because he had a lot of stress and depression. But right now it's very good. He liked to run, to make an exercise, and he liked the school a lot. And math, it's very nice. Everything, he's very nice. Thank you about that for the school he is right now. But we need 10 years for this matter. We need 10 years. And I want this opportunity for another child like him. I want they check and the special class the child like my son and had the same opportunities, because this is good for for this country and everybody. So I'm sorry for my English. I went to school only 3 months. Only 3 months to English school, long time ago.
Amazing.
So I tried to. Yeah, thank you.
I did remember something that she said after he was talking. She said something about if you do take a look at my son, you could see that he has no disabilities and he spent so many years in special education. Right now, he is at the School for Independent Learners. It's not because you, the district, came and offered. Remember what we did? We slept outside Gans High School advocating for this child because we knew he was wrongly put in a special ed. And he is doing great. He was under so much stress. He was 230 pounds, and right now he's 130. And his stress is gone. He is doing wonderfully. And she said she wishes more students do that too. He's the only Latino who has been there in the School for Independent. She wants you to do an investigation, so you can see what is going on with all the other kids. Like we said, the special ed kids are pulled out, and here is a teacher who can say no or yes. She's the one who had the kids in special ed.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening, school board, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I have the same request that I had a couple of months ago. As you know, I said, "Hey, don't throw away that gym. It's not bothering anybody. And if the women came there to sleep at night, they wouldn't bother anybody. They come in at 7, they sleep, they get up, and they go away, and they don't bother anybody." And then Aaron James said, who should know a little bit about these things. Aaron James said, no, that's not the way to go. Let them bother. Let the students help. And that will help the students because it will make clear to them that there are other values and other things that are important in life. than just getting into Stanford. And I thought about that, and Superintendent McGee said, yeah, but you know, the students have lots of opportunities to help others. They really do. We've made an effort for outreach in that respect. And I thought about that, and I thought, well, man, maybe not the same. But now I have a different idea. It seems to me that you are all doing very, very well what you set out to do. And it's what I would set out to do if I were in your place. You have wanted to make kids who were knowledgeable and talented and competent and aware that they're privileged and aware that they have an obligation to help others. And you have succeeded. You know, they call our race Homo sapiens, the knowing man. Well, those students of yours, of ours, they're just a little bit too knowing. They see what it's like. They see what's out there. They know they're privileged. They know their parents love them very much. And they just look around at this world, and it's not something that they think it's worth putting their time into. I don't know that would make any difference to the ones that are leaving. But it seems to me the only chance you have, and it may not work, but the only chance you have is to make a world where you don't just throw away a building because, you know, you're finished with it. Why should you bother? Why should anybody else have to use it? That if you make a world where people care about each other and they care what they do with the world, that might be a world that those kids would think it was worth staying in.
Thank you.
I'm not promising.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, colleagues. This is an information item. So if you have questions or comments, that's fine, but we're not going to be, pieces of this will come back in the budget. Mr. Dauber. And by the way, we're going to do our 5-minute circle. Okay. Okay.
Well, first, Dr. McGee and committee, I want to echo the thanks that we've heard from the community. I attended many of these meetings, and I can testify to the commitment and urgency that the committee members brought to this task. And I also want to say that it's extraordinary that Dr. McGee, when he got off the plane 9 months ago, that he decided to take on a task like this and brought it to this kind of conclusion. It's a real testimony to your leadership. I want to first address the question of middle school laning that has been a topic of discussion already, and to ask, and I didn't ask these questions ahead of time, so you may not have the answers to them, but I'm interested first in what you can say about the racial and socioeconomic makeup of the 7th grade math lanes, and whether you saw differences there and what those differences are.
Well, I can get you that information about what the makeup is, but what we did look at is students who were waiving into the 7th grade math, and we had information that the students who were waiving in and being successful all were the white and Asian students. So we looked across all 3 middle schools, and we had less than 10 minorities who actually requested parent waivers, and most of the waivers were with white and Asian. So we started looking at objective measures, and one of them that we found is that the waiver process was not translated. So a lot of our students come from second language learner homes, and it was given like on one informational night, and the rubric wasn't given ahead of time. So we kind of looked at that as one of the obstacles and challenges, so the parents weren't even given the opportunity, because I think a lot of this is, we're not trying to take away and detract, but we're really looking at, did they have the same opportunity? And so we collected that information from the ISs. And then we do have, and now I remember, I do have that. I can send it later to the board of the racial makeup was disproportionate in the 7th grade, but I don't have the actual numbers. And we got all that information from the ISs.
What proportion of students are in the pre-algebra lane in 7th grade, and what proportion are not headed for algebra in their 7th grade? That is, that are not in pre-algebra in 7th grade.
So I don't have that information with me right now, but that's what
Do you have a rough sense?
So I do remember like looking at overall, and I'll just give a number that sticks into my head. So we had about like 35 Latino students at one of the middle schools. I won't say which one because I think it's Jordan. And maybe about 5 were in the higher lane, and none of the Latino families had requested waivers.
Okay,
However,
I understand. I'm actually just asking, not thinking about socioeconomic background, but how many students are headed for 8th grade algebra versus not?
Looking at the bridge class, not a lot of the students went up to this. So once they were laned into, and I want to say the regular lane, but I think what we found out through student focus groups is kids call it the lower lane, the dumb lane, which is the narrative we heard. Once they're in that lane, the bridging opportunities are very rare for students of color. I do know that we offer bridge classes, and those were not, they were disproportionate there as well. So they weren't given the opportunities, and through surveys, I think that we found out is parents weren't aware until it was too late. So even though there's those bridge opportunities, there wasn't a lot of parent outreach to get the students there.
So it seems to me, and I wonder if it seems to you, that the end of 6th grade is a very early time to be making decisions that are having this kind of consequence. Can I hear your thoughts on that question?
Well, just your question before, we have 65% in students in the pre-algebra, algebra track in grades 7 and 8. And in Terman it's 70%. So Terman is actually a bit ahead of the other schools.
And about 30% then are not in that track.
Terman,
They're in the regular or lower.
In other schools, 35.
Okay.
I think also Pierre Angeli kind of alluded a little bit to this, but the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, in conjunction with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area, looked at math misplacement at many districts in the Bay Area and found that it actually is a violation of the California Constitution, a violation of the Equal Protection Clause, and a violation of the California Ed Code to not have these policies that are using objective measures. And as a former Ravenswood educator, I've seen it time and time again in the Sequoia Union High School District, a district that has moved to much more objective measures because, like I think another committee member had mentioned, a student story. Well, as a former Ravenswood educator, I would see constantly students performing proficient and advanced in algebra being placed again in algebra their 9th grade year because of the subjectivity. And so when we have so much room to kind of make kind of side teacher recommendations or whatever it is, it's not transparent. Parents aren't aware, and it becomes this really dicey situation that's just not clear and ultimately is harming students.
So can I just take couple to follow up this? So there's 2 questions that you're raising. One of them is the laning decision that's being made in 6th grade being made in a way that is accurate and fair and equitable? And then the other question, which I'm also hearing, is there a need to make a laning decision in 6th grade, and is that an appropriate time to make such a decision? And that's what I'm interested in hearing your comment on.
Yeah, the first question is you're right, and we actually again met this afternoon. This is our second one. Talk about what can we have better measures, and we actually I think have a solution for that as well as for the waiver process. I'm really encouraged by the hard work of the ISs on this and their willingness to stay afterwards and talk about this. As far as the lane, you probably hear differently from different committee members. We didn't come to a decision on that, but it actually came up the IS meeting What one said, I think we ought to do away with laning at 7th grade, and another said, well, I'm not so sure, and here's why. So this is, we can't answer that question right now. I think that's something that would require, some more further study and research. But it is an important question. I know they, what was it, San Francisco, where they stopped it. But again, there's difference of opinions, but we want something driven by fact and evidence, and not just opinion on this. So it's an open question right now that we don't have an answer for.
I would encourage the committee, if we're renewed, to take up, well, what I heard Mr. Werman saying is that there's no reason, or at least I haven't heard a reason, this is what I think Mr. Werman said, that we shouldn't expect that all of our 8th grade students could be prepared for algebra. And in that case, I thought that he said that we should aspire to that. Am I wrong about that?
Yes. Can you rephrase what I said, because I'm not sure I understood you?
What I heard you say, and I don't want to play who's on first too much with yourself, but what I thought I heard you say is that with proper preparation, we should aspire to all of our 8th grade students being able to perform at that level. And Mr. Werman is, for those out in the TV audience who can't hear it, Mr. Werman is agreeing with that statement. So in that case, it seems to me that there's some urgency to the question of how we get there, so that we're not focused so much on the question of how we allocate students between those who are going to get there and those who aren't. We really should be focused on the question of how we get them there, it seems to me. So that's...
I wanted to speak briefly. I'm Barbara Stroud. I'm not an educator. I'm a psychologist. But for those of you who are interested in data, there's a wonderful article in Scientific America right now, this month, on the teen brain, and it will talk to you about how your prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until your early 20s. So introducing algebra for 12-year-olds, that's a wonderful question, because their brain is actually quite immature to process sort of that content. And we know brain development is diverse across children. So there will be some children who are quite capable, there are other children who will not be. But for folks who like data, that's a wonderful article if you look at how the brain develops, and then you can answer your own question as whether 12-year-olds are ready for algebra or pre-algebra.
Okay, why don't we go to Ms. Townsend, and we'll come back. But I want him to answer.
Very quick. There is an interesting point, because we really don't understand brain data. What we do understand is empirical data that we can get from other countries. Japan in the late 1980s had 95% of students going through grade 9, essentially doing what we call Algebra 1 and geometry. And there is data on that. Now, unless American students are genetically flawed, I believe that 95% of American students can reach it.
Thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Werman.
Ms. Townsend.
I want to jump into the details, but let's do high level first. This is fantastic, coming to the one meeting that was down in room A and seeing the chatter and the discussion, and just diving in. And I just kind of laugh. Sarah in the back is saying early education. I notice Barb Klausner's not here, and she'll say, hey, but don't forget dream catchers. And so I even know amongst the committee there's various viewpoints. But there is just so much to get started here. And Judy, you've been working on this ever since you've come here. And trying to figure out, for example, so the question came about mathematics, and then, a year or so ago, we were discussing English and English laning, and then we were looking at gun data versus Pally data, and it looked like the gun data on laning, and they were just, the gun numbers looked better for all groups in laning and using laning, and Pally's didn't, but did they want to do away with laning? How do we get away? So this is my big question. I mean, I love the data. We really got to look at real data. How do we get out of the politics and look at the real data? I mean, is that the next step? I mean, laning becomes the issue here. Well, let's look at the data. Let's look at the gun data. Let's look at Pally data. How do we decide what to focus on next? And the superintendent or Judy, whomever?
Well, one of the things I think that came out from the report is sometimes, and I love all the work that I do, the equity falls within my small office of me and Wendy Velez and VTP ELL. And so one of the recommendations that has risen is district accountability throughout all offices. And so I think that to get out of the politics, we have to really look at elementary education, secondary education, and put measurable goals. And then that's why we introduced response to intervention. And we're looking at an office, and it doesn't have to be my office. It can be any office that really looks like we're going to look at our students who are not performing well. And in this case, it's based on race. It's not based on socioeconomics or based on where you live. It's really based our students of color are not performing as well. And if everybody takes that as a responsibility, and in the district accountability, we put it, let's make it part of our SIPSA goals. So it's part of our common language. And when there's like an issue of equity that, you know, I take a lot of the questions. That's why I know many of the people here, I work with them, and, you know, they come to me, but they're like, well, I'm having an issue with reading in elementary. I'm not going to go to the ELL VTP office. I'm going to go to the elementary education office. And then the elementary education director or second director actually has a measurable goal, something in a strategic plan to work with that site. So I think for me, I was on the writing committee looking at district accountability across could really take out the politics of the laning. And the laning was a very contentious issue in the group. And that's why we said,
well, I feel it. I mean, and it is in education in general. So, I mean, we may not be able to pull that totally out, but
that would be my recommendation, district.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And I think if we look at the 12 recommendations, we don't have anything, the more immediate ones about laning other than create clear, objective, and well-communicated information.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of other things that will have a higher, broader, deeper impact that we need to do first. So I hope that we don't go too far down
and
that
I don't want to.
tonight.
I don't want to. No, and I won't. And I won't. So where can I go? Because there's so much here. How much time do I have?
No, I forgot to start.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just ask one more question, and then we'll go around. So just one more. Let's go back to math again. Because when I happened to be with Dr. McGee and we were going around to the elementary schools, there's a lot of parents very upset at elementary that there wasn't deep enough mathematics, and they felt their kids weren't challenged, and just there were issues in mathematics and in general. So perhaps if we tackle mathematics, this would be all part of the discussion of mathematics. And Dr. McGee, is that what you would envision? Because I know you were listening to all those parents saying math.
Absolutely, right. And and there's a reason this was listed as our first next step. Identify and administer a PK2 diagnostic literacy and mathematics assessment, provide intervention, ongoing monitoring intervention as necessary, so on and so forth. But the idea is to, we need to do something early on in mathematics, and that's provide both the support and the challenge. Students, Zeva is more articulate than I am in this, but given that these opportunities to access supports, they can truly excel. But that requires, I think, the same level that we're approaching reading and writing now. We have this writing workshop. We're seeing a tangible outcome from writing workshop. Now, just imagine if we did that kind of for mathematics. The assessment, the co-teaching, the professional development, the formative and summative assessments with that, it would have a far-reaching difference.
Well, it just jumped out at me, the comments regarding not having an assessment that's objective. I mean, I've heard that comment for years, but then some people defend various assessments and some, so finding that objective assessment, third-party objective, computer-generated, whatever, maybe we need to, and that's somewhat, people will debate that too, won't they?
They'll debate everything.
Yeah. Okay, so the last question I do want to ask is, and if you get a chance, was there a school district that one or two or three school districts that just jumped out at you, just fantastic, or even, classroom, not so much, because you say you want systemic change. So give me a school district that I could go to here in California. Give me one.
How close to Palo?
Just give me one, Gina.
I would visit Evergreen Elementary, where you've got a school where you've got over 70% of kids of color socioeconomically disadvantaged, 95% proficiency. There's a lot around. You can look at our systems of charter schools around our area. We've got an amazing, we had a committee member.
So we've got Evergreen and
that we visited in East Palo Alto, the whole Aspire program. I mean, literally, it's 5 minutes from us, where you've got these best practices that are tangible in the classroom. We did a lot of site visits where you can feel the energy in the classroom at the administration level, with the goal of all our kids will succeed.
And do they have these tools? Do they have the pre-test, the post-test for mathematics? I mean, are you going to be pointing to anybody? Yeah, anybody answer these.
Yeah, so I was actually a former teacher at Kit Partwood in East San Jose, one of the best performing middle schools in the state, and they definitely did, 3 times a year, a standardized test for whatever level of math they were in. So I was the algebra teacher there. I taught 1 course of 8th grade algebra and 2 courses of 7th grade algebra. And they all took the same test because they were but we did it 3 times a year. We looked at the data. I looked at data every single day as a teacher. And if Sharon Johnson was here, principal at EPACS, she would also say the same thing. Data must drive everything.
Thank you.
Great. That's it.
Ms. Emberling. I'm going to give everybody 7 minutes now, sorry.
I don't think we should do that.
Well, it's too late. We already gave 2 board
She already
members.
has.
Oh, what? Anyway. Okay. I'll try to keep it.
Okay.
So, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. McGee, for convening this committee, everybody for serving on this committee, for spending hundreds of hours of time. This report was amazing to read. I read and highlighted much of it. I think, ensuring that every student has access to opportunities, conditions, and supports in order to succeed. This is one of my personal goals, and it's one of our district goals as well. So this is really the work that we should be doing here. One aspect I really appreciated about the report is just the in-depth research around identifying the root causes impacting student achievement. I think sometimes we jump to discussing possible solutions before we examine and understand the complexities, and I hear that process happen with you guys as well. So, yeah, try to solve them in moment 1. Right. So I really appreciated you taking us on that journey in the report so that we could come along with your process as well. I think this report is an excellent tool for the community. We can begin to coalesce around specific strategies through this report, and the success metrics. I really think we can make some significant progress in closing the achievement gap and opportunity gap, and that is very exciting to me. So let me jump in. I have a question here. As evidenced in the report, the achievement and opportunity gap has multiple parts, your problem clusters, and so our efforts need to be focused and targeted. And I know that one of your recommendations is to form an equity plan. Of course, I would humbly offer that this is an equity plan. Right here, we have it, so yay, check. The creation of the equity coordinator position, I'd really like equity concerns to be an innate part of everyone's job description and everyone's job review, frankly. And so I'm really interested to hear what the discussion was around the equity coordinator, because I'm wondering if this person is expected to design, develop, implement, evaluate, this whole plan, the equity plan, or is this role more, did you talk about or envision this role as more responsible for working with all the administrative staff, teachers, on how to engage an equity perspective in their everyday work. And let me just say one thing before you respond. So my concern comes from compartmentalizing equity work, and then it becomes the responsibility of someone else's department. And we educators love to compartmentalize. We love to specialize. We're either early educators, we're elementary educators, we're secondary educators. When you tell people that you're a teacher, the next question is what subject or what grade level, right? And compartmentalizing is useful in some ways because it allows us to isolate processes and problems and focus on solutions without being distracted by the bigger picture. But sometimes working in compartments in isolation prevents us from taking a more individualized approach, and it may inhibit collective responsibility for change. So I'd love to hear how you want to embed sort of the equity lens in our everyday work.
So there was a couple parts to the equity coordinator or the office, and one of them would be to work with site administrators, and we put like a job description in the full report. So when principals would come with the SIPSAs, they would have like equity measurable objectives, and the equity coordinator would work with them on how they can implement their site goals at the site. And also we were looking to have somebody at each site be a representative. That's not a new position. It could be, we haven't worked out the details, but I'm envisioning like an assistant principal, a counselor, a lead teacher to work with actually monitoring how the underrepresented students are doing at that site and what's working, and then really put in, I think Carmen Munoz talked about like interventions and preventions that are working across the district, because right now I think there's like a little bit of piecemeal that is going on. At 4 of the schools, we did do a recommendation, which I don't think it was highlighted, a parent outreach specialist. And so his name is Jose Corrado, and he's at 4 schools. But it's very piecemeal, and there's nobody to oversee that. But to really, I think, like call committees together and also work with different departments here, HR, on how we can recruit, retain, maybe put teams together to go out to different colleges and campuses and really recruit diverse pools so we have lots of candidates. And I think that's what the equity coordinator, some of the job description would be. Yeah. And then Carmen?
So there's the data piece, but I think there's one piece that we're missing from this, which is definitely the building relationship piece in each of the sites, in order for the kids and the families to feel comfortable to learn, especially the students. I think in schools, building that relationship and having someone, when we started, and Judy started this year with a parent liaison that she provided for 4 different elementary schools, and the person, Jose Corrado, has been amazing in each of the sites because he's been able to link staff members and parents, and both parents to teachers, and also help communicate for those who can't. So definitely the building relationship piece, which, you know, I've been working with Mary Busman at Walter Hayes for many years now, the parent ed piece and building that relationship. And we had a parent ed program where we talked about motivation, and they talked about, and the parents said, this is where I learned how to advocate for my kids. I didn't know how to do that. And having someone that they can go to is great. So I would definitely expand some of the work that Judy has been working in the different schools.
If I can add something that we envisioned also was to have this person sit on hiring committees, because and help maybe with some of the recruitment, outreach, and promotion of some of the staff, qualified and talented staff that you currently have here in the district.
I think just one more point. I actually share your initial sentiments as well. Like, this should be something that's innate. But when we look at the history of Palo Alto and the history of achievement, it hasn't been on the side of students of color and the students in poverty. So we have to call it out. We have to make sure that it is a paid position, that it has some sort of power within the district, that parents feel comfortable, and yes, hopefully 10 years down the road when we have a culture of all students achieving, that position gets phased out.
Good evening, everyone. It is my distinct honor to be here because I have been personally inspired by the work of this committee. And I would also like to speak about Jose Corrado, our liaison. He has helped to transform the landscape at Hoover. I've had Spanish family principals coffees. We have our Hispanic families are in the crosswalks helping our kids come across the street. They're now participating in all of our events. They're sharing their ideas. Their kids feel like they belong. The fabric of our school has changed as a result of this. Our staff talks and works with Jose to make sure that all of our kids have equal access, not just to the things that we're doing, extracurricular activities, but what's going on in school, what's going on in class, and he's in the classroom as well. I have never seen such intense and quick change. And I, too, am a product of this district. I, like Pierangeli, have served on many equity teams and done a lot of achievement gap work in this district, and I have not seen or been so inspired by by the work that's gone on with this group in the school.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Godfrey.
I'll echo my colleagues in kudos to your team. The amount of work done is great. And I've been around this district a long time, and I've watched many teams work and many committees work. And one of the things that we get tripped up on frequently is getting into the data. And so how you took that obstacle and got around it and still managed to get what you needed and get into it was really admirable. My high-level comments are around, I want to echo what Sarah Wooden said about early intervention. The work that Diana Wilmot did a couple of years ago about the A to G, meeting the A to G requirements and being able to look back to when those kids were elementary school kids was just heartbreaking. And I carried that report with me for ages. There was just something about it that just really spoke to me. You know, I went to her office and sat with her, and she took me through all the data that led to that. And I just thought, oh my God, like, how can we let this happen? Right. So being there early and often feels like the right thing to do. One of the other things that I've learned from having been around a long time is once we put a committee together who has great ideas, frequently we fumble. I would say, having been on committees myself and having watched what happened after our homework policies went out, is that if you don't have sort of the follow-up plan, you really suffer. And sometimes the follow-up plan needs somebody who's actually responsible to do it, right? You can't really ask the committee to go on forever and to actually do the work, because there is a ton of work still to do, and it's not like folks on top of their normal lives can manage to do all this, you know, all the implementation of all this stuff. So I'd be interested to know kind of not only just kind of an equity office or kind of the infrastructure that we expect to have, but what role does this team continue to play? Is there some sort of advisory role or steering committee role that they play to make sure that with fidelity we are implementing what we think we...
Well, one of the recommendations is to make this a standing district committee. That was in the report. We realized right away that we wanted more time. And you can have it. We did. No, the report was due tonight. So we do want to make it a standing district committee and then actually open it up again. I mean, I think most of the people would reapply, but really see if other people would like to join or look at somehow making sure that this continues so that we can look at the follow-up. Because I think that when we got together, that was the big... everybody went in there with like hope and fear, and the fear was that we weren't going to follow up, and I think we were very committed to follow up on all these recommendations, but we realized that we need some kind of standing committee to run throughout the year. So hopefully that'll be a recommendation that's like no cost, that we could just move forward.
The other two recommendations that really speak to me are getting at the unconscious bias. It just so happened in my home last night, one of my kids was doing a report on something similar. And we had a huge discussion about this. And you won't be surprised to know that my kid is Caucasian. And he doesn't experience any kind of racism. And so for him, the fact that that could possibly be a problem when people know it's, you know, it's bad to be racist. Why would be racist? But after we discussed incarceration rates and, you know, hiring landscapes for people of color, he was really moved by that. And I thought, you know, here it is, my own home. I'm having this discussion, and I know it's a discussion that we've had for years. So I'd be really happy to see that kind of, you know, training and mindset change. And then the other one is around hiring for diversity. Not to go too much in the details, but one of the things that look like in the hiring that would be a community member or somebody else like in the hiring process. So I know I've said this before, I worked in HR in a big company, and part of our goals were, you know, hiring a staff that looked like our community, and it can be done. It's not actually really that hard, you just need to decide you're going to do it. Right. So I'm glad to see that. The one thing that was sort of in the list of things to do around that was having community input, or having input of somebody on that hiring process. What, I didn't quite get that part.
Yeah, so do you want to talk to that part? Okay. So the idea would be that there would be a representative, and that just, again, it's someone at the table of a historically underrepresented group. I mean, just it changes the conversation, and it changes the interview, you know, process and questions. It's just.
And that would be an existing staff member? Like we don't.
It could be an existing staff member. It could be a committee member. Ideally, I think would you know, talk about a standing committee member. Yeah, Shannon, do you want to add to that?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Also, can I?
Shannon, just get in there.
Because she's not in a historical.
Can I add that we also discussed having students, especially historically underrepresented students, on these hiring committees. That's all.
That would be a good idea for all hiring.
That's a great idea, Shannon. And regarding the other, I want to give a quick shout out to Terry, too, Baldwin, because we've talked a lot about the asset-based approach versus deficit as one of the underlying issues. And we're working now with Teachers Association on scheduling these equity training sessions that are not just one shot, you know, big, large group. There are small groups of 20 and 30 over a 2-day period. And just something will take a few years, but you've been really instrumental in helping us, you know, bring that to fruition, and working with Kelly Bickle and the others. So that's what we talk about, collective responsibility, and really appreciate that, Terry. And Kelly, who I'm sure is watching from home as we speak.
I just wanted to add something real quick. Adriana talked a little bit about what we learned from the survey, and about half the respondents were students. And the demographics of those student respondents pretty much made up the demographics of the district. And the data point that I keep bringing up over and over and over again, because I think it's really compelling to understand, is that 2 out of every 3 student survey respondents, regardless of their own race, stated that, or chose the option, that expectations for students of color are lowered. Students' perception is reality, and I think that we can continue to talk about this adults to adults, but I think one of the things that I would have actually liked to see more of in the committee is that student voice. And so along the recommendations, you know, we've put in there where to check in with students, and what do students think about the solutions we've come up with, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to make it clear that it's not just a student of color or a family of color, you know, issue, but really that white and Asian peers are seeing this happen in their own classrooms as well.
One thing I did want to mention too is that the equity trainings, because we do equity trainings, but they're just for new teachers. This year we did expand it to classified. It was a voluntary basis for front office secretaries, and it was going to just be a one-time training, and they enjoyed it so much that they're going to start their 3rd training. So they wanted it, like they wanted to hear what the problems were, and they wanted their input. And on all their surveys, they said, you didn't give me enough time to talk. So we gave them 2-3 hours to talk. And so really when we're doing equity training, it's not just the teachers, it's all of Palo Alto Unified School District, starting maybe with administrators and then going all the way down to veteran teachers classified. So it is like a 4 to 6 year program. Thanks.
Well, I want to just say that
in all my time on the board and the many years of sitting at board meetings, watching them when I was PTA council president and before, I think this is actually the best report I've seen. And there's many reasons why, but part of it, and you heard this from my colleagues, is it was systematic. There was data that was looked at. There were ideas that were challenged. I think all of these things help us do better work. And then we looked outside ourselves and are willing to look at some other ways to do things, not because we thought of them creatively in the shower, but because we actually went out and said, who's doing this in a good way, and how can we copy that? And so I'm very impressed with the work that the committee did, but I'm also very impressed with the report that was written. And I think this will serve us, and this will serve our community if we can make sure it's well distributed. Since I've been on the board, it's been really frustrating to me how oftentimes we measure the success of programs by how hard people worked on them. And particularly in this area, I've always, every year, asked, how are we going to measure these individual one-off programs? And again, I've gotten the answer, they're too hard to measure. We can't come up with a way to tell whether they're good or not. We'll just know because kids will do better. And then that just takes so long, right? 10 years from now, and then you don't know what actually, if kids actually are doing better, you don't really know what it was that you did. So I was very heartened to see commitment to data analysis as being one of your primary goals from here. And commitment to have a tracking mechanism so that you can track individual students against how we're doing. I think that's something we're lacking, not just with underserved students, but just overall. And I hear this over in Sarah Woodham. Are you still here? Because you bring this up so often, and I always think how wise you are. When I start to harass you and tell you to be more involved in district things, this is why. Is because you would say, how am I supposed to know, as an elementary school parent, if my child is doing the right things? Not whether they're being good in class and not fighting with their peers, but how do I know if where they are in math or where they are in English is appropriate? And how are they doing against their peers? And how do I know if I need to invest more? And I think that we don't realize it, but this kind of goes to the math lining thing, which I was really happy to see you bring out. There's a secret code, and only some people know it. And those that know it, they go and work that as much as they can. They may get the tutors, they may just do this at home. They whisper to their kids what they have to do, and their kids succeed. And we need to make sure that everybody knows the secret code, because there's no reason. To what Zeb said, if people in Japan can have 95% of their students, if Japanese students, 95%, can do algebra and geometry by ninth grade, it's not because they're smarter than we are. It's because they found a way to be more systematic and provide objective measurements and make sure everybody knows what are the steps that need to be taken. I don't know if you went to Cupertino. Did you guys go to Cupertino? Okay, they might not seem like the district you would go to find out what they do for underserved minorities, but one thing that they did do is they realized that they were having a real problem in math. That some kids knew the secret and they were moving ahead much more quickly, and a lot of kids weren't. So they went and they turned over what they were doing in math in Cupertino and took the very objective way of placing students in middle school math and changed it to a very subjective way that they were choosing which kids went into which lanes, and made it very, very objective. And then they said, we expect every student to do algebra in 8th grade. We just expect it. And all our kids are going to go into 9th grade and do geometry or something higher than that. And guess what? They've been able to be very successful on that. I think they're up near 95%. You'd have to check that to make sure. A few years ago, was part of a research study for EdSource, where we looked at math practices across California. Remember when we were trying to get everybody into 8th grade algebra? Right. And there's a lot of evidence that showed that when you pushed kids and set high expectation, and pushing is important, it means you have to put the supports in there. You can't just expect them to do it. But you support them, you push them, you set high expectations. Those kids did so much better. And when we had everybody, those few years when we said everybody had to do 8th grade algebra, those kids did better. So I think that's something we need to take a serious look at. One thing I talked to Dr. McGee about was that we seem to have had a history of doing a lot of trying to connect with families and then supporting kids that are struggling. That's nice, but it's pretty patronizing. What I'd like to see is us empowering our kids to think they're leaders. And Pierre and Julie, you were at that breakfast with me a few weeks ago, where MVLA has some sort of club where building Latino leaders. And guess what? They do build Latino leaders. I don't know if we have a club like that, but if we do, it's pretty well hidden, and I'd like to see that in every single one of our schools, not just Latino, African American. Any of our kids that aren't being leaders right now, we should have a way for them to step up into leadership positions without being patronizing, because people stop trying when they think that they should be given everything. And kids will rise to, I really think, I mean, when you look at these examples of this kid from MVLA that stood up and spoke, he was a leader. He thought he was a leader, and his mentor stood up with him, and it was clear that he had developed, and not just with that kid, but with lots of other kids. So I don't see that in here, but I was hoping that the strengthened talent development recommendations, it was hidden in there. Is it hidden in there?
So we spend a lot of time on the struggling students and all of our recommendations. And I think maybe like halfway through, Dr. McGee talked to all of us and said that we could make a recommendation for this committee to extend to the next year, and that we would focus more on the talent. So I think in one of the recommendations it talks about the CUSP students. I can't recall exactly, I think it's the district accountability to make sure that the CUSP students, and that's our talent. So when we talk about the CUSP students, like the students who maybe are in honors, you know, do they get the motivation to go to the AP? Or a student who's doing well, can they do better? And so that recommendation is really lying there, and I think it has to be fleshed out with a larger committee, because I think I do think you have to push students. And I'm going to say very short personal story, but my own daughter in 6th grade was going to be not in the higher lane, and she loved math because we didn't know the system. We were new. We were from Los Angeles Unified, and we didn't know that she had to take challenge homework home, and we didn't know that she had to do these things. So I went in and I did the whole, waiver. I'm a teacher. We were both teachers at the time, my husband. And she just got all straight A's in her math classes. She got an AP and AB calculus, and she almost went down the other lane, and she loves math. And it was really, really important, but it took 3 or 4 years for us. She felt like, oh, you waved me in. And it was like, no, but you didn't have the opportunity to be there. So I think when we look at that laning, we really didn't talk about it here, but when students aren't given the opportunity and then they try to bridge, it does hurt their self-esteem. There's things called stereotype threat that we put in there, and those are really, really important aspects that I think kind of got missed, but was talked a lot about in our report, and I just wanted to throw that in.
Thank you.
It's a good.
Glad to see your enthusiasm about it. Mr. Daubert, do you have anything?
Yeah, I have a couple more things. Well, first of all, I want to echo Ms. Baton-Caswell, the point that you made. I mean, I think it's we shouldn't have parents, and the point that Ms. Argomento just made. Parents shouldn't have to know the system in order to get their kids into a position to take advantage of the opportunities that we have. So I would love to see us set a date to do what you suggested, to say, something like it seems to me by 2020. We should have all of our students in our district doing algebra in 8th grade. And the work that we would have to do in order to meet that challenge...
Algebra or higher.
Algebra or higher in 8th grade, yeah. The work that we would have to do in order to meet that challenge would be good work. it would move us back towards the earlier grades, I'm quite sure, to points that have been raised, and I would certainly support that kind of a move. I think that would go a long way towards addressing some of the issues that we're talking about. So I want to put that out there for future consideration, very seriously. One of the things that I noticed when I was observing the committee was the frustration with the data that was available in the district. So we've right.
Getting some head nods.
Yeah, there was a lot, and it's certainly true that the committee managed to wrestle that lack of data. I've lost in my analogy. Weave together from that tattered shreds, I suppose, a report, but it really is, to my mind, one of the critical recommendations. So I would like to hear, Dr. McGee, what our plans are for actually addressing that, so that the next committee that deals with this doesn't spend so much time trying to make so much out of something.
Yeah, and I'll make this brief because I know that the evening's wearing on. Actually, Chris Kohler and Derek Moore, our Chief Technology Officer, have looked at a solution for that. We intend to pilot next year. That'll be part of the budget presentation, and that really pulls all these systems together. Because everything's there. It's just, it's so hard to gather here. There it is all over the place. And so they, I think we'll have a presentation on that at some point, maybe part of the budget. But that they jumped on that right away. And again, Zev recognized that and brought that to our attention early on.
That's terrific. Thanks. And
30 seconds.
30 more seconds.
Oh, no. I said I'd take 30 seconds. Okay. Go.
I was going to try to do it in 30 seconds, Ms. Townsend. No, I'll just. One last question. What do you see the work of the committee being next year? Let me just ask that. What do you see the work of the committee being next year, and what work is still undone that you would like to go deeper with?
So I think as our two co-chairs said, we'd like to go deeper with the talent development piece. We certainly need to get the data piece in order. Avni has experience both at KIPP and also in the current district of realizing that we have to not just have the data, but use it in a meaningful way. So I look, frankly, if I just go down the list of next steps, I'd say this number one is frankly probably the critical issue. If we had to just pick a handful, I would say this first is critical. This K2, the intervention, the diagnostic, and we can get that going next year. We have Tony, our CEO, we have some new math TOSAs already engaged in this process, working with Ms. Harris there in the back. So between that and pulling the data together, we're also looking at next year. You see point 5 about for our students who need extra supports in kindergarten. So this wouldn't be universal full-day kindergarten or extended day, but sending them an extra 2 days a week. They're already here 2 days a week for an extended day, and go the other 2 days. So right now there's teachers, so there's 3 or 4 things we can go through that we need to do right away that frankly don't cost a whole lot of money. But these 12 steps are really our most immediate actions.
So when I've looked at the research on pre-K versus extended day kindergarten or full day kindergarten, the data that I have seen anyway suggests that pre-K is a longer lasting, more effective intervention than full day kindergarten. Was that your sense?
Yeah, we actually, I think there's a recommendation here somewhere we had universal PK, didn't we? I'm looking back here. That's, I think, one. It didn't make our top 12 immediately because there's some expense, but that was certainly one of the.
So,
did you want to speak to that, Aaron? Okay.
So, would you suggest going there first rather than second? I mean, I'm assuming that we live in a world
we
where
tried to do high impact, low cost as best we could first. Is where these 12 steps came from. So that would probably be high impact, high cost. But we could certainly, we would be glad to study it. And that's one reason we wanted to continue this committee. I think there is further work. That's a further work we can do, further work on talent development, further discussions on this whole laning piece.
Okay, great. Thank you. I look forward to more.
Ms. Townsend.
Yeah, I'm just, you don't have to answer, I'm just going to highlight these things. So CSTs are gone, we used them to the best we could. We're looking at Smarter Balance next year. Hopefully we'll do better on that, right? So we'll get, okay.
I will answer that because actually we talked with the middle school math teachers and principals about that today, as getting these Smarter Balance results, even the interim, getting that set up so they can start correlating them with these more subjective assessments. So the Smarter Balance may be one of the data points, but we need to do some work with that. Yes.
Okay, well, and that was my question. I didn't know if Smarter Balance was actually the kind of objective test that we actually need, that 3 times a year and we go through. So I want to encourage you to not be limited by actually an untested, and God knows when it will be reliable. I hope there's something sooner. So that I promised 30 seconds, and thank you committee, and I love the idea of bringing more people on next year and bringing current people on, and reaching for the talent is exciting. And I just think that this kind of work helps all of our students, and what am I going to say? This is just really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Eberly.
You went too fast.
30 seconds.
Okay. I just have a question about, is there an equity perspective built into the RTI model?
There should be. I don't know who the best person to answer who deals more directly with that. Do you want to?
What's the question again? I'm not sure I understand the question.
For the RTI, the intervention, Tier 1, Tier 2, is there sort of an equity perspective to that?
Yes, there is, because what we noticed is that a lot of through focus groups and data, a lot of our underrepresented minorities were taken out of the classroom for intervention.
Right.
And so response to intervention really focuses on classroom interventions in the classroom with the teacher providing it, and then specialists coming in to coach the teacher and to do push and kind of help. So that really rose with a lot of our seniors saying that they were pulled out, and I think that Adriana spoke to they were missing the class, so that already has it built in. And then when you move up to a Tier 2, there's a specific plan. Not, oh, we just want them to get better. There's not, all those subjective kind of things. Like, we just want him to be a better reader. But there has to be actual, like, we want him to move up a DRA score, or we want him to be reading at grade level and writing a 5-paragraph essay. So when you have those types of plans, it is kind of incorporated already in the RTI framework.
And in developing the RTI plan, how are the parents involved?
Well,
because from what I understand, they're not at all involved in Tier 1 intervention. And these pull-out or sorts of early efforts don't bring parents in until you get to...
Well, the RTI work has started at the elementary level. Aleda Barra-Cruz has started kind of that work, and she's looked at the EL specialist. And so I think we have a great foundation that has started. But because it's at the classroom level, the parents would be involved through conferences. They'd be involved with that one-on-one communication, and the parent liaison who would work could actually help translate how they could help at home. So it's already embedded in the classroom. It's part of the classroom culture for them to get those interventions through the teacher. And so when you build another component of parent liaison, that's how it is going to kind of align together. So there's lots of systems that have to align.
Yeah, totally. I understand. And I think hopefully that the model is that the teacher hears the parent's perspective in terms of what might support the student better in the classroom as well, not just how the parent can do different things at home to support the classroom.
Yes.
Which, of course, one would hope would be happening, particularly if there's different sorts of cultural understandings for the role of school and the role of family and all of that. Of course, I have to make a plug for early education. I waited for everyone else to say their piece first. Just hearing the words universal pre-K make me very smiley inside. We already have this fabulous program that Sharon Keplinger developed, Springboard to Kindergarten, and an expansion of that would seem like a very early low-hanging fruit to take. I think it's hard to identify the students before they sign up for kindergarten in January, so that's going to be the challenge there, although we have a feeder with our Young Fives program. The other issues are after childcare, because it's not a full-day program, and transportation. Those are always going to be sort of barriers to even access the Springboard to Kindergarten program.
Right, early education was very high level. The writing team discussed a lot, and so they actually looked at maybe summer as extending, because I think the Springboard program ends in about May. It's ending right about now.
Right, when we end.
Yeah.
And so the summer programs would be a way to extend that, because some of our students, for example, for the VTP program, we don't get their names until the January, and they don't actually become part of our district until February, March. So we do lose all those months. So maybe the summer was one of the ways that we looked at expanding the pre-K. Am I missing anything, ladies? Like these are my early education.
Okay, great. And expanding full-day kindergarten, can't wait to have that discussion as well. As a two-working parent family. And
Can I add on the full-day kindergarten?
Of course, go ahead.
It would be the full-day, the way it's being piloted right now at Walter Hayes is that we take a very small group. It's only about 5 or 6 kids, and it provide that attention. And some of them did not have pre-K education. I mean, it would have been great to grab them earlier and try to have them in Young Fives. That would be the ideal goal. But if that happens because of the volunteer transfer program, just having that focused time rather than having the entire class there until later is very beneficial.
And we have piloted full-day kindergarten at Barron Park, right, for several years, right?
Yes, let's continue.
Okay. Can't wait to have that discussion. All right, thank you. Ms. Godfrey.
So following up on Ms. Emmerling's question, because I'll use my minutes now instead of her minutes, when she says something like, I can't wait to have that discussion, when do we have that discussion? You had said we're going to talk about the budget items at the next meeting, but when does the whole, when do we actually accept the report or?
So it's presented. It's an informational report. So we're I didn't want to get into and I don't think it's appropriate again the accept or approve, because there are. I mean, that wasn't the purpose of it. It was an advisory committee, and so these are advisory recommendations for the board to make decisions on. So these first 12 will probably most of them will appear, those that have costs associated with them, in the budget presentation at the our next board meeting. But as far as big picture items like full-day kindergarten for all, universal PK, I think that's the kind of conversation we have, or a goal setting, a retreat. We set up a study session on these kind of topics rather than just try to do it within the scope of a board meeting with a long agenda.
Okay, that's fine. Just the laughing brush off of the question made me feel like we weren't going to have the chance to have it.
I wasn't brush off. I was just keeping an eye on the
So in a similar vein, I'm interested in talking more about summer school. I see summer schools in the recommendation, so I by the time I imagine that we'll have that discussion in the budget discussion as well.
We will, because there will be actually a proposal in the budget discussion to extend our current summer school program for not this summer, but for
not this summer. I'm kidding. Sorry. So would that recommendation extend other students as well? And I asked the question
because it has to. Yeah. I mean, I think
it has to go to everybody, right? Yeah. We've got plenty of people who, for many reasons, would love to have summer school back.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it for me.
Okay. Great. Okay. I just have a couple of short things. There are some things that didn't show up in your presentation, but were in the report, and I just wanted to give my impression on 2 of them. I don't necessarily have any issue with having ethnic studies, but I wonder if we shouldn't talk about how do we embed examples of writing
from Black and Latino writers and history as it relates to the Black and Latino communities in our regular classes. I mean, don't we want all of our kids to have a perspective? And one of the wonderful things about Palo Alto is its diversity. And if our children exit and they only know about history and writing diversity if they signed up for the class, it seems like we'd possibly be missing out on a big opportunity. Was that talked about at all?
Yes, at length. And I think I'll answer this. I mean, you've been very kind to hear all the board members, but yeah, it was talked about, and it came up very clearly in the focus group that we need just basically more curricular materials and more, but also professional development. And here it is, and here's how you teach it. And
I'm glad you just said that, because I was at a Martin Luther King, where I saw Martin Luther King art project a few years ago at one of our unnamed elementary schools. And Martin Luther King had all different color skin. He was white in a bunch of the art projects. And I just think that misses the point. Not that you shouldn't be proud of all color skin, but he was a historical figure, and he was an African American, and that's part of what made him so important. So I do think some professional development around that is really, really good to think about. One thing that would concern me, and Dr. McGee, this is no surprise to you, is clustering underrepresented students at particular schools. If you change that, should we cluster the Jewish children at particular schools? Would that be sort of an alarming, to me that would be sort of an alarming proposal. And I hear in the report some of the benefits that you're looking for, and I encourage the committee that will be going forward, I know that's not in your 12-point plan for next year, to think about other ways to accomplish the goals you're talking about. Because I just think there's so many potential challenges and problems that could come up as a result of doing it in a school clustering way.
Yeah, there's pros and cons on that, and I actually met with 3 professors this morning to talk about that issue, just to be prepared. So there's a reason that was not in the 12 recommendations. It was along with some of the others. I mean, so as Judy said, the committee at the outset said we need more time, and had we more time, we probably could have we would have jumped into some of these issues with both feet. But I think for right now, that's that's a project to look, something we can look at and discuss another day.
Yeah, I was glad to see your 12 things that were on the plan here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you to the board. Can I just say thanks to you all for listening, for first of all acknowledging the quality of this report, but for letting all the members have their say. These people spent so much time on this, and I think it really was really important and powerful to allow everybody to speak and who had that opportunity. So I think on behalf of the committee, we want to thank you as well for your gracious acceptance and the time you devoted to this tonight.
Thank you.
It was great. Thank you.
I need a motion to extend the board meeting, and I think we're going to have to extend it to 11:30.
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:30 this evening.
Do I have a second?
No. Well, I move we extend the meeting till 11.
Okay, just the things we have on here take us.
No, we'll have to take something off.
Well, I'm not sure we can. Okay.
Is there a second to any of those?
I'll certainly accept that amendment.
Okay, and then we'll see where we are at 11. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Our next item is the new Pali Athletic
12 would be a problem.
Center financial and contract-related approvals.
All right.
The athletics.
Okay, good.
We're on to the athletic center.
Good. All right, well, thank you. So Bob Golton, as you know, devotes long hours to managing the finance of our construction program and working with the Strong Schools Bond Program.
Oh, okay.
Tonight's the first of several agenda items necessary to move this project forward, the project being the Pally Athletic Center. So, Bob, I'm going to turn this over to you. We have...
yeah, you know what? I'm going to just... you know what? Folks, we love having you here. If you're having a side conversation, if you could have it outside so we can continue the meeting. Thank you.
Or you can stay,
You can
because this
stay.
is really interesting. Yeah.
The night is still young.
Go ahead.
Okay, no, I just introduced Bob, and we have, you know, he's going to give a little historical perspective, too, because I know for our two new board members, you may have seen this the last meeting, but there is some information that preceded this. I think last year, starting, what, about 18 months ago?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, actually.
Yeah, okay, Bob, over to you.
So, let's see. What I have is 9 items, none of which you're being asked to approve tonight, but to discuss tonight and then approve at the next meeting. This, I'll tell you what it isn't about. It isn't about design. I have a couple of slides. And so the first one, thanks, Niraj, that's where the athletic center is. It surrounds the existing pool. It's on that side of the campus. And it is, let's see, you have some colored buildings there. And so what we have is, let's see, over there, the new theater, the Media Arts Building, the new classroom building. Here, this isn't in color, but the fact remains we've redone the stadium field. We've redone this baseball and softball field, and we've done this El Camino soccer field and lacrosse field.
Oh, lacrosse, right.
And so we've done a lot of work on this campus, and we're going to do more because we're going to do the library and we're going to do an extension to the science building. So that is what we're up to. And then, by the way, we're going to be done. We're going to rest until the next bond. Because, by the way, there is work to do. There is another bond. That 900 building is, how would I put it, old school. It hasn't been modernized. Incidentally, all of these facilities, that media arts facility, we're not aware of a better high school media arts facility. I'm sure they exist, but we're not aware of them. In addition, I remember, as far as the girls' softball field, I said to, I was sitting with a parent from a visiting school, and I said, so what are the really good girls' softball fields? And they said, well, this one, and the one at Gunn. And in addition, the Jerry Berkson, as far as the El Camino field, he said to me at one time, I could rent out that field 24/7 if I wanted to. And I love biking by that field in the rain and watching them play soccer in the rain. So at any rate, and this is going to fit right in. This is a great set of buildings, these two buildings connected by this loggia. And then, Raj, why don't we go 2 more slides? Okay, and so this is it. And you have 2 buildings. You have there the main gymnasium, and then over here this this second gym. This is kind of looking down. If we were in kind of a very low-flying drone, looking down on those 2 buildings. The smaller gym, although the higher gym, has a wrestling room, a dance room, restrooms, offices, and then of course that gym floor. The bigger building has that great full-on sunken gymnasium. Let's see, who has one? Santa Clara University has one. Menlo School has one like this because a donor built that gym at Menlo School. And it's very interesting because when Ron Smith, thank you, Ron. Ron's here with me tonight. When we went to Menlo School, Ron was so what about this? Oh, well, the locker rooms are small. Oh, yeah, and the weight room and whatever. And the answer is everything got addressed here. And so this is going to be a great facility. Now, as far as this evening, well, there is this paperwork to do. There is these 9 items. And so I'll preview them, and then we'll talk about them again. First, we need a board resolution because that original 2008 project list did not include building new buildings. It included renovating these gyms, renovating the 80-year-old main gym, and renovating the 50-year-old, well, maybe 45-year-old second gym. We need to accept the contribution from the Perry Foundation. It's valued at $24 million. We need to approve the naming of the facility. They've asked that this facility be called the Perry Center, and I've included board policy there, so this is a good conversation to have. We need to approve the budget for the project, and this project, like a lot of other projects, is costing more than we thought it was, and I'm going to propose to you a way of finding that money. Then we have approval of the leaseback agreement, and I'll get into the details of that. And then this kind of goes downhill in the sense, once we get to there, then we have approving that retention, that we are able to withhold 10% of project payments rather than 5%. We have an approval of architect agreements, approval of a contract for inspector record services, and approve a couple of contracts for special testing and inspection. So that's what I have. Kathy was kind enough. I was saying, boy, this is going to be kind of hard to follow. And so what you have is a handout with attachments. So what we're going to be able to do is to look at each one of these 9, and then you can page through the attachments rather than going to the end. And I've numbered these pages. So the first one is approving the board resolution. As far as to revise the Strong Schools Bond project list to contemplate building a new building. There's language in the bond. There is language that says for any project involving renovation, modernization, remodeling, or rehabilitation, the district may proceed with new replacement construction instead. If the Board of Education determines that the replacement is more practical than rehabilitation and renovation. We're recommending to you that you do that finding. We priced out the estimated cost at the time of the bond project list for the renovation, and it was $15.46 million. And inflating that, we get to a cost of $18.6 million. This project is going to be $17.6 million, and on top of it, it's going to be not quite twice the size. It's going to have not quite twice the square footage of those original buildings, and the fact remains, and obviously these are new buildings, new construction, modern construction, rather than 80-year-old construction. Now, what I guess I want to ask the board president and the board is, do you want to do these one at a time? I suspect.
No, I think I'd like you to go all the way through, and then we'll
all right,
discuss.
then I'll do it. All right. Next.
I hope that's okay with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next, we have the Perry Foundation contribution. We have not yet received this money, and we're seeking the board's approval to accept the donation. Max talked to the donor, Jason Perry, today, and he'll continue his conversations with them. And so at any rate, there's this contribution that's valued at $24 million. Thirdly, we are seeking the approval for the naming of the facility as the Perry Center. I've pointed out that, and I have attached the board policy on the naming of the facilities. And and I'm saying that in view of the family request and the magnitude of the donation, I think it's the board policy talks about seeking alternative names and establishing a committee to find those alternative names. And for a donation of this size, I'm recommending that you don't seek alternative names. Number 4. Let's see, you know me. You know I love number 4. I love number 4. So, in number 4, I'm going to refer you first to attachment 4, which is looks like this, and it's again, it's in your page of attachments. The bottom line there, I can run through all of the cost. In particular, the contractor, Vance Brown, they want the amount, their guaranteed maximum price, to be $36.4 million. And they have, and we have a whole list of contractors that they put out these bids to, and so this is the price that they're seeking. In addition, we have design cost, we have other construction costs, and we have a whole bunch of soft costs that total this $41.671 million less the $24 million donation. So our cost is $17,671,000. And that's in attachment 4. Now, the next good question is, where is this money going to come from? And this money is shown in attachment 5. What you have in attachment 5 is our latest one-page Strong Schools Bond budget list. And you've seen this format before, although not with those boxes that I've provided. And so where is this money going to come from? It's going to come from the following sources. First, the $350,000 that was already put in the budget for this phys ed and athletic facility. Secondly, the $10.127 million that is the remainder of the Palo Alto High School reserve. The balance of their money is going to be put in this project, less the money for the library and the money for the science edition. So that money remains intact. And also, we'll talk about some additional available money that can be there. Thirdly, in the budget, we have $5.6 million. That's at the bottom, and that $5.6 million was for FF&E, facilities, fixtures, and equipment, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And previously, a year ago, I recommended that half of that money be distributed to Pally and half be distributed to Gunn. Reason, because all of the FF&E requirements are being budgeted in the projects. And so, and then the fourth item is the bond has a general reserve of $8,740,000, and I'm recommending that half of that for equity, half of that go to Pally and half go to Gunn. Now, you may ask, what happens if we need more money at Pally? Answer, I'd written to the board a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, and there is, we've received notice that we're getting $3 million. It was a long time coming, but it was the CTE grant, the Career Tech Ed grant from the state for the Pally Theater. And that money is now finally, bonds have been issued and our name has come up on the list. And so we're going to be, so we have $3 million in reserve for Pally. So that's one thing. Now, what is Gunn's half? Gunn's half of this money, the two, is $7.1 million. What will that money go for? Well, answer, we have a major project there. We have that giant central building project at Gunn, that approximately $20 million central building project. So this provides us with a very substantial reserve for those activities. It also provides us for money to do other things at Gunn. I think that this notion of painting the campus, actually it came up at the last board meeting, and the fact remains, so here's that money. Also, there's in general no lack of capital projects at any of our schools. And so this will provide a very substantial reserve for that capital, that major central building project, and also for other projects on the campus. So at any rate, that's the proposal as far as I guess for lack of a better word, resolving the budget and resolving this $17 million. Then we have the lease-leaseback. Lease-leasebacks have been discussed actually in dating back all the way back to when the bond program started. A lot of school districts, instead of doing design, bid, build, they do lease-leasebacks. The lease-leaseback allows you to do a qualification selection of contractors. In the past, the district has rejected the notion of this as a commonplace practice, and in this particular case, it was good. In this particular case, this donor wanted this contractor, who is obviously qualified. They build buildings for Google. They build Stanford Stadium. They built Stanford Stadium. They build buildings on the Stanford campus, and so this worked here. In the past, we have not entertained this notion, and I will be coming to you in the future if we ever do think about doing it again. But for this particular project, this lease-leaseback structure is a useful one because it allowed this particular contractor to do this particular project. As far as the mechanics of a lease-leaseback, what happens is that the construction site is leased to the contractor for $1. And then after that, we, the district, say, wait a minute, we don't have this use of this site anymore. And so therefore, we lease it back from this contractor for the amount, well, in particular in this case, for $36 million over a period of 20 months. And we make these payments over a period of 20 months. And so that is this lease-leaseback structure. It's been tested in court. It's used on a number of school districts, and frankly, it mimics what one does in the private sector. That is, for those of us that own real property, that perhaps own apartment buildings and the like, you don't go with the low bidder. Rather, you take into account the qualifications of the contractor you're choosing. And so it mimics that. You're able to avoid going with the low bidder. And in addition, the other thing, and this was actually very powerful in this project, you have a contractor who works with the architect while the design is being completed, as opposed to a contractor who, at the end, when the bids are made, that contractor has not helped the architect in any way, and in fact, if there are holes in the construction plans, the contractor seeks additional money from the district. It's why we have substantial change order allowances. So at any rate, that's number 5. Number 6, this is, actually it's really interesting. This contractor accepted this 10% notion of 10% retention. And so this, you need to do a finding that this is a complex project. Yes, it's a pretty complex project. And in fact, therefore, that there's a resolution that raises this retention to 10%. Number 7, these are the architects that worked in the, they did the design for this project. Louis International and Jeremiah Tolbert. When construction starts, with DLM, with Gelfand, with ADIS, you don't say, well, we're glad you're finished with the design, thank you a lot, maybe we'll see you when the project's done. Answer, they need to do construction administration. These proposals and these amounts are within, generally the architectural fees are in excess of 8%, and about 2% of the amount of the construction contract is about what the architects get for construction administration. They answer questions, they make changes as needed, they evaluate requests for information, they evaluate change orders. And so we're proposing these 2 architects, and we're proposing these amounts of money. Number 8, We need an inspector of record. This is required by the state. That inspector of record is on the site, and unlike a building, well, I live in San Francisco. There, a city inspector will come by occasionally and at the end of the project. Here, the inspector of record is on campus all the time and watching construction. And so CIS has been the inspector of record for other projects and that we've done. They were selected on a qualification-based pool, and we're recommending they do this particular job. And then, finally, we have contracts for special testing and inspection services. And these contracts, we're recommending Nino and Moore, and we're also recommending Cornerstone Earth Systems. Both of those have been working on our previous projects. And by the way, for instance, they watch the fabrication of the steel that goes into our projects, and they're on site all the time. So at any rate, that's the 9 of them. And so I guess, what is your pleasure?
I think we'll go to board questions, if that's okay with you.
It is.
Okay, let's start with Ms. Townsend.
Boy, you've put so much in here, Dr. Golden. But so my 2 questions are, first of all, naming the facility, the Peary Center. You know, I checked with Stanford. I think 21 million or so, you get your name on a building. I mean, $24 million. Again, I just go, Peary family, you are wonderful. Thank you. And I am glad to put their name on. That's my 2 cents. And thank you for pulling the board policies that are connected with that. With regard to the leaseback agreement, just to clarify,
DSA?
Thank you. DSA, again, we still need to go through DSA, and if you would just address that, and with regard to, I'm sorry, Vance Brown, is that the name of the
contractor?
The contractor, yeah, and they are experienced, or you will help them with DSA approval?
The DSA process works through the architects. So it's working through Tolbert and working through Louis International. And yes, these projects are, let's see, if you were in a different state, you would hire an architect and they would design a building and there'd be certain safeguards and then you'd build your building. In this particular state, California, all of these plans are submitted to DSA and then, in fact, go through the DSA process, which, by the way, as they're famous for, it takes a while. So you, in a sense, have not only the architect in back of the plans, but you also have DSA. And I think we say this all the time, there are buildings which have higher standards as far as the state's concerned. And those buildings are the hospitals. But with the exception of the hospitals, no buildings have higher standards and more rigorous, I guess for lack of a better word, over design than schools have. Because if there's an earthquake or another national disaster, we know where they go. Where do people go? They're told to go to the schools.
Did Ryan have something to?
Oh, you want to say something, Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just quickly, one of the things that Dr. Golden kind of missed, because Vance Brown has a huge repertoire in our community. They're a local builder. The district does have experience with them. They have worked on our schools. They built the rehab of the gun science building, the current building. They did the library building. They rehabbed Nixon. They did extensive work at Jordan. So they're experienced with the DSA process as it relates to what we do. We know the quality of building that they've done. We have worked with them before. Schools at our level isn't necessarily their, they don't chase those jobs necessarily. They're more into the, massive Stanford Stadium type of thing, and I think we're blessed to have them.
And just to follow up on that, the Peary family wanted to work with them. That was that was the deal.
Correct. They regularly work with them, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let others ask any other questions.
Ms. Emberling.
Okay. Thank you for this thorough report, Dr. Galton. It brought into clarity a lot of this project for me, and again, my thanks to the Peary Foundation as well. I like the way you wrote, it's truly a gift not only to PAUSD, but also to the greater Palo Alto community because of the many uses that this facility will have. So we're so lucky to live in a community with such generous donors. If I'm not mistaken, you're telling us in all of this that we're actually going to get more, almost twice as much building for less than the amount we would have paid for renovation.
That's correct.
Okay, more for less. I like that. And I thank you for the explanation of the budget for the project and the equity and parity that we have built into our facilities planning. I think the equitable transfer of the money to our other high school is really wonderful that it's in here. And just the explanations for the amounts and where they come from and how this will all move forward. I also am fine with the naming and the lease-back agreement. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much. Very clear report.
Ms. Godfrey.
I don't actually have any questions. It's a beautiful facility, and it's a wonderful donation. I think you were really clear, so I don't have questions.
Mr. Dauber.
No questions either. Thank you.
Okay. I have one question, but I will preface it with the saying that I want to thank the Peary family for their generosity. I also want to thank Dr. Galton for the work he's been doing on this. It's been very important to him on this bond measure to make sure that we have progressive parity across the district. And he really has gone out of his way to make sure that at both schools we are doing projects to make sure that our students are having equitable opportunities. And, you know, at any one point, one school might have a little bit more than another, but it's being planned in a very systematic way, and I appreciate that. My question is about the project decision-making. Given that we are contributing a portion and the Peary family is contributing quite a big portion, if a question comes up during construction, how will the decision be made? Who gets to make the decision about the whatever question comes up?
Well, the scope is done. In other words, we have designs now for the building.
Yes.
There are going to be, I guess, two kinds of issues that can arise. Issue number one is there can be unforeseen conditions. We love it like the theater now is above ground. It's great when if you're building a new building and it's above ground and you have plans, then everything is good. On the other hand, in the early days, you do need to worry. You need to worry about your as-built. You need to worry about where are the utilities, where you think they are, and so on and so forth. For these unforeseen conditions, we are going to need to. That's why we've built in a 5%, which we believe is going to be more than adequate. We believe. See, in constructing this, I wanted to make sure that we don't, for lack of a better term, need extra money. And so we believe that 5% is going to be very adequate to cover those unforeseen conditions. All right? Then there's the next thing. It could be, I know it's impossible to believe, that during the course of the project there will be wants oh, we can't live without this, we can't live without that. We tend to be very conservative on all of our projects, like the theater, in addressing those wants, but there may be some of them that we need to do, and if we do need to do them, that comes out of, in attachment 4, this owner contingency of $1.8 million. Now, and then the third element is, it could be that that the donor will decide that there are other things that they may need. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess really the question I'm asking is, you're building the closets in the basement, and you thought it was going to be this, and a question arises. Do you do this or do you do that? Do we get consulted and get to be the decision maker in that? Or does Vance Brown go to the Puri family for that?
It depends. Again, if that's some sort of oversight, if we want that, then we'll be consulted, and this will be reported to the board. As you know, we're reporting change orders, and the change orders fall in kind of one of two ways. Way number one are the change orders we need to do. In other words, we've discovered something below surface, and it has to be done, and so we're just going to we'll report it to you, but we're going to approve it because we have to in order for the project to go on. On the other hand, there may be something that we feel we want to do, and that we'll report to you separately.
Okay, I'm not sure I have the clarity here that I want to have before I vote, but I'm not going to hold up our discussion tonight. I think I'd like to see something in writing that says, if a question arises, how is a decision made?
We'll respond to that.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
We'll move it to action for next.
Okay, great. So we'll look forward to, by the way, everything else I'm good with.
Thank you.
Phenomenal. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you feel that the amount's too big to have on consent? I'm just kidding.
Well, we need my written statement, so that's keeping it off consent.
By the way, this packet will get bigger because I'm not joking, because what I haven't given you are the lease-back agreements, which I want to give you, and so that's going to add some volume to this. So, you know, I want that understood as well.
Thank you, Dr. Golden.
Very good. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, our next item is the ratification of tentative collective bargaining agreements, and we have several of these, but we're starting with the Palo Alto Educators Association. Dr. McGee.
Right, and I want to thank Scott for leading our negotiating team, and Terry, thank you for leading yours, and appreciate that we have a fair deal and continue a really positive, productive relationship, build on mutual.
The agreement, the changes that have been made in the collective bargaining agreement, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, why don't we start with Ms. Emberling.
Okay. I wanted to thank you for all of your work as well, and thank Ms. Baldwin as well for representing the PAEA. Our teachers are what makes a difference for our students. So making sure that we are compensating them for the tremendous work that they do every day in our classrooms and for our students is of critical importance. There's a lot that went into these negotiations, and I appreciate the just the tone of sharing mutual interests and moving forward, and when you hit a roadblock, moving forward some more. I just feel like the back and forth and the negotiation in an atmosphere of mutual respect and mutual interest for the students is somewhat unique in these negotiations, and I appreciate the the commitment to that process that I've seen on from both of you and from everyone involved in this process. So I'm looking forward to supporting this when it comes back. I don't have any other questions about it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Ms. Godfrey.
I'm going to echo what Ms. Endlerling said and say thank you to Ms. Baldwin and to you, Scott, too. I know that this is a long process, and we get to do it every year, but it really does get you sort of to a mutual understanding when you spend a lot of time figuring out what all the ins and outs are. And so I appreciate that you spent the amount of time it took to get it done right versus trying to get it done fast. I don't have any questions about it, and I'm going to be ready to support it.
Mr. Dauber.
Well, I think that the that this agreement provides obviously a lot of value to all of the parties. I think that the most critical value is in the agreement that all of our secondary teachers will use Schoology for posting assignments to the calendar and so forth. The details are there. The universal use of Schoology has really long been a goal of many in the district. I myself spoke to the board before joining it on this topic on a number of occasions, and many community members have done that. And I think that the fact that the board made it a priority to get to this point is a very positive step. I also think that including it in the agreement and having our teachers step forward to make that commitment is going to be of great value to students and parents in the community. This will help us not only with obvious issues like enabling students to be better organized and better able to track their work, and parents, but it'll also help us with issues like test and project stacking, where the ability to look across a student's workload and understand when things are due is really difficult to do without a tool like this, and will become much easier to do. So I think that this is a really important moment, and I appreciate the fact that we've arrived here.
Ms. Townsend.
I want to echo the comments about the strength of our relationship, and thank you through the many years, Dr. Bowers, Tam.
Ms. Baldwin.
Yeah, we'll go Ms. Baldwin. It takes a lot, and it takes a lot of trust, and it takes a lot of back and forth to continue a great relationship. And year to year, we have different issues, and we will continue in years to come to have continued issues. But I have been around the state and seen relationships where the teachers and the administration and the board are totally at odds, and it's a terrible, terrible time in the district, and it's terrible for students. And so the time that we spend building that relationship, continuing that relationship, and working on it, it gives parents the confidence that we're all doing our jobs. So I want to thank you on behalf of all of us for this good work, and I am going to look forward to voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
I also want to thank Ms. Baldwin and Dr. Bowers. I have talked to many, many districts and cities, by the way, about how we do interest-based bargaining, and they've been just sort of like, wow. And yet, every year we come forward with, what are your interests, what are our interests, and we have these conversations, and it's respectful. It might take a while, but it's respectful, and I think in the end we're able to focus on what's most important, which is our students. And I think that this negotiation is a clear piece of evidence that PAEA and the district wants to do the best for our students, and we want to make sure that everyone involved has their interests taken care of. So, Ms. Baldwin, thank you very much for the work that you did, and same to you, Dr. Bowers, and I will be supporting this.
And I'd like to share with you that PAEA has already taken their ratification vote, and they have ratified the tentative agreement.
Oh.
And before the ink was even dry on the TAs here, I had a conversation with Terry Baldwin, the president, saying we need to sunshine next year. So actually, I think the next board meeting will have some sunshine items. We both looked at each other and said we're going to try and keep the list short for next year.
Well, thank you very much. So this will be brought back at our next meeting. It won't be on consent. It will be here so that it's sunshined, and we'll look forward to that. Next item is the CAEA contract.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, CSEA. Did I say CAEA? I'm sorry, I meant CSEA.
CSEA.
So the only question I had was, and this is actually for both of contracts. So we're in we normally do a 3-year contract, and this is year 2 of the 3-year contract. Is that right?
We've just completed year 2 of a 3-year contract with PAEA, and we're in, actually the new term is a 3-year contract for CSEA. And we don't have a closed contract, so our contracts are, we open our compensation and benefits article every year with each contract. And each side has an opportunity to open up 2 articles of their choosing, even when we have a 3-year contract.
Okay, great, thanks. That's my only question.
Mr. Dauber?
No questions.
Ms. Townsend?
Comment, not so much a question. Again, I want to say I am pleased that we can offer our classified staff as well a very competitive compensation package. Classified staff is incredibly important to this district. There hasn't been a classified staff that I haven't met who has felt absolutely committed to the students of this district. People like working for the school district because they believe they're doing something wonderful for the next generation and our students. And I'm not only pleased that we can give a good, solid compensation to our teachers and make this a great place to work, but also our classified staff. So I'm delighted that we have closed on this as well. And did you indicate there had been a vote on this for CSEA?
They're working on it. We will have the results of their ratification vote by the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No other questions?
I just want to pass on a thank you for this contract as well. And Ms. Steiner's not here, but I'd like to thank her publicly for her interest-based bargaining work with you. Okay, on to our next item, which is compensation changes for non-represented management employees.
Again, to answer questions, I did have one question from the newspaper on what non-represented management employees, who they were, and our administrators in the district, so both at the district level and at the site level, are not represented by a union, and so they're designated as a meet and confer group. So they're non-represented group. So this is all of our assistant principals and principals, coordinators, classified managers.
Okay. Do we have questions Mr. Dauber?
No questions.
Ms. Townsend?
Just comments. We want to make sure our principals and our assistant principals and the non-represented management employees not only enjoyed this work, but they feel this is, they can provide for their families and continues to make PAUSD a very attractive place for our administrators. And I'm pleased that we're able to give them a raise this year, and it gives me great pleasure to do so.
Ms. Emberling?
I echo those sentiments.
I do as well.
Oh, Terry.
And I have no
I'm
questions.
sorry, Terry.
That's all right. I have no
Go
questions.
ahead. Ms. Godfrey, go ahead.
That's all right. I have no
Doesn't
questions.
have any.
Okay. And now we have the compensation changes for non-represented confidential supervisory employee groups.
These are, again, the non-represented group, confidential and supervisory employees are those folks like our custodial supervisor who supervises our custodial group. We have confidential staff who deal with, and a confidential staff member who isn't just somebody who deals with sensitive information, but it's those people who deal with information that may be relevant to negotiations. That's part of the Ed Code. And all of those other classified staff who supervise other classified staff. They're in a separate group, because we typically do not, in California, typically do not have members of the same classification supervising each other. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Ms. Townsend?
Well, I don't want to leave them out. We just want to make sure that that we provide a good compensation to our staff here in the district. I think we're certainly not at the highest. We're not at the lowest. We're somewhere in between there, and I feel comfortable that, but I want to make sure that we keep up with the other districts, and we value the work of our staff so greatly. It's the essence of our organization. 85% of our budget, of course, is staffing, and we are a people organization, and we want people to be happy in their work because that reflects in the classroom, and I'm delighted with this result, and I will vote for it.
Ms. Emberling?
No further questions.
Ms. Godfrey?
No questions.
Mr. Dauber?
No questions, thank you.
I am glad that our culture is that we try to give consideration to settlements with other employee groups when we determine the compensation changes for our non-represented employees. I think it's really important. And so I just want to say that. Thank you.
Can I also mention one thing? I do want to mention that staff routinely, after we go through negotiations, has come up to me, and I'm sure to other board members, and says thank you for the value, and thank you even for the increased pay. And I want the community to know that teachers just are wonderful. They'll come up and say, hey, thank you, and that was in my paycheck, and you know what I did with it. It matters. Obviously, people's paychecks matter, but no one takes anything for granted, and it's very nice. It's nice as a board member to hear that, and I wanted to let you know that as well, Ms. Baldwin, that please tell your teacher friends that we really appreciate those comments. Very nice.
I also want to, I've listened to you, Ms. Townsend, this evening talking about your sense about compensation and about the importance of it, and I appreciate all those comments. I really do. Thank you.
Sweet. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Yep.
To the resolution number 2014-15.13, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara to establish the tax rate for bonds of the Palo Alto Unified School District expected to be sold during the fiscal year 2015-16, and authorizing necessary actions in connection therewith. Dr. McGee.
Great. Yeah, Bob and I have been through this, and he can make this very simple. I don't know if you have any illustrations.
I'd love to do it.
Oh,
so here's what's happening. We've already issued bonds. We've issued Series A, B, C, and D. The debt service on those bonds is known not only for 2015-16, but for 2016-17, 2017-18, and so on. It's known. The bonds have been issued. There's a repayment schedule for those bonds. The catch is that the county, when they set the tax rate, they account for 18 months of debt service not 12. If they accounted for 12, then everything would be fine. But they account for 18, and so they need to know if in this upcoming fiscal year, 2015-16, will we issue some bonds? Because if we do, then there will be an effect in that last 6 months, the first 6 months of 2016-17. Therefore, it used to be, 2 years ago we did this resolution. Before that, all we did was write a letter. And the reason why guess why we're doing a resolution? Because for whatever reason, they want a resolution. And incidentally, I think there needs to be a public hearing, and therefore I think this needs to be action because it's what they want, and we're doing what they want.
So we need to do action tonight? Is that what you're saying?
No, not tonight.
Okay.
No, but I'm saying don't put this on consent. Put it on action, and there will be a public hearing, and then that'll be it. So.
Okay. Ms. Emberling, do you have some questions?
No, this is just another in the series that we've been doing. This feels to me like we've seen this before in the past with different numbers. The bond structure and the tax rate, that's all what we've established prior,
yeah.
right? Now, there's no changes. And this is just a resolution that we will issue them. We'll still have to go through the process of issuing them.
Yes, that is, not only do I have to come back, but this is your expectation at this point. If something should change, then it doesn't bind us. This is a statement of intent.
Okay.
So next March, you could, wait a minute, I could say to you, I don't really think we should issue. So, but the fact remains, no, this doesn't authorize us to issue any bonds at all.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Godfrey.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate that you explained it pretty clearly. And
Mr. Dauber.
No questions.
Ms. Townsend.
No questions.
No, I have no questions either. I look forward to this coming forward at the next meeting. Okay, so our next item is the proposed calendar for the Board of Education meetings for the 2015-16 school year. Dr. McGee.
Great. These are our regularly scheduled meetings following the pattern of past years, with the exception of September. Due to Yom Kippur, we moved the meeting from September 22nd to 29th. This does not show any study sessions that we'll be scheduling, and I think we should start thinking about having more of those.
More meetings, so that sounds great. More study
No,
sessions.
really.
I know.
Reducing some of the time meetings and really giving us time to go into an issue and really, do deep dives, I guess, is some part for these. Yeah.
Yeah, historically we have when there's been things that we really wanted to talk about. So I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. So I don't know if those need to be reflected,
No.
when we vote on this or not.
No.
Or just,
No.
okay.
I mean, we need to plan them in advance, but not a whole year.
Okay.
So, Ms. Godfrey?
I actually am supportive of doing the study sessions, particularly because I have this hope that we're going to get more data, and that when we get more data, we're going to want to spend a lot of time, as we finance guys saying, mucking in the data.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I can see where that's in our future. With respect to the dates on for the calendar, I don't normally know my calendar so far in advance, but I do know that on August 25th I'm going to be out of town, taking my eldest off to college, and I could call in, but you would not be able to understand me through the tears.
So, Ms. Godfrey, I just want to suggest to you that if you don't make a habit of it, missing a meeting isn't a horrible thing, as long as you tell us. You also could call in to any meeting if you didn't have something else going on. And I know that Ms. Townsend has posted meetings in all sorts of weird places in Wisconsin when she has called in. And we have even tried to do ones from China and things. That doesn't work as well when there's a big time difference. But as long as you tell us in advance and you're not making a habit
I'll be in Washington, D.C., so I don't know if I'll be able to stay up late enough for this, but we can discuss it when it gets closer.
Great.
That's it for me.
Mr. Dauber?
No questions.
Ms. Townsend?
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Emberlin?
I just have a clarification. In October, the elementary SIPSAs, is that a SIPSA meeting and then a board meeting?
Well, I think it'll be the same as we did this year, have the SIPs in the morning.
Or in the morning.
Yeah, that's typically what we do.
And then does that mean two board meetings in a row in November as well, the 7th, 10th, and the 17th? Or is the middle school SIPSA's its own thing? It's not divided like the October date is divided. So there's only one meeting in November then?
That's usually our practice. If that's
Yes, please.
different.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, if you look here.
I just wanted to clarify.
It says SIPSA date on there.
Yeah, it's just all
Do
grade.
you want to just check and make sure that's what you mean?
For middle,
That November is one board meeting and one SIPSA thing. It's not two board meetings and a SIPSA.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. That's all.
So assuming that that's the case, can we put this on consent?
Yeah, this can go on consent.
Oh, it does say this on the first page?
Yeah, the first page it says there's only one meeting in November.
In November, yeah, I saw that.
Sure there's no meeting
I
during
just
Thanksgiving.
wanted to clarify.
Okay, can we put this on consent?
Yeah.
Could I add one observation? Just the June 28th, that agenda we'll have to look very carefully at because a lot of your administrative staff may be starting vacations very close to that, and we want to be aware that their work year is ending because we're starting earlier. Many of them are coming back in July now. Their work year is ending before the end of June. Just an observation.
Is there any
Is there a reason why?
we couldn't, I mean, we normally putting them a week apart doesn't really make sense, but in June, is that a time we could do that?
We could do the 7th and 21st,
Right.
actually.
Was that a reason?
Be every other week.
So when is
Wait,
Day?
is that, the
5:30.
graduation week, we usually try not to have a board meeting that
Right,
week.
so-
So what if we did the 14th and 21st?
Graduate 7th and 21st would work. Graduation week will be the 1st. So graduation is on the 1st of June.
Okay, so 7th.
So if you moved it to the 7th and 21st, you certainly would have an opportunity, and that would eliminate that last week of June.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
That would be.
I think we should.
Good.
Yeah.
We ought to do, yeah.
Get done
Great.
sooner.
I don't know if there was some reason that we did 2 weeks between the two meetings, just for
May,
graduation.
so it is-
Well, I think you typically put your board meetings on the 2nd and
Tuesday.
4th Tuesday of the month, and so
That's right.
it falls on the 2nd.
I think that's a great suggestion
Great,
So this will come back with modifications.
on
Yes.
consent.
but it could still go on consent
Yep,
unless
it can-
somebody
it
wants
can,
to pull it.
But just, we better double check that the
Yes.
one we pass is
The right one.
the right one.
Okay, so our last item here is an action item. We're cutting it close. I'm just going to make,
You want
someone make a motion for an extra 5 minutes here.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Certification of election results.
Yes, we need to approve this. This is an action item, and we have the total vote count, the total percentage, and again,
So
appreciate the
we-
support of the voters.
We vote to
Thank you.
accept?
Okay.
Oh, accept, 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Dauber?
I move that we accept the statement of votes, accept the certificates of election results, and declare the totals to be the final results of the election.
I have
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And we want to thank our
Thank
Measure
you
A team.
Yeah, and thank you to the
Yes,
community.
to everybody who
For
supported it.
supporting us in this way. I think you're for supporting our students.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay. So now we're on board operations, and Ms. Townsend.
All right, first board operation is, I know that reporting out from our city school liaison committee that there was a report that each of that Ms. Godfrey put in everybody's file from the survey. So since we only have 5 minutes, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that, other than something like 95% of the citizens who were surveyed approved of our schools.
That is in your executive summary.
Right,
That's
so that's in the exec. And I'm also just going to hand out to you, at our last meeting, at the end of our last meeting, we created oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Those back.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Go ahead and take that.
Okay. This is a tentative schedule of our discussions for the year, unless we change some out yet. The other, which I brought up before, is that the city, or some members of the city, would like this committee to be more of an action committee as opposed to an information committee.
It's not my recommendation, but I bring it up here. So I just feel I did my duty.
Ms. Zephyr? Oh, keep going.
Yeah. Oh, and if there is anything on these, on the agendas that you would like to let us know about as well, we're open to them. What we initially did was take in the calendars from previous years to see what had been covered, and there'd be certain things that routinely budgets, September enrollment reports, all kinds of things that are important, we know year to year are on here. And then different things, as Ms. Bean Caswell at the last meeting mentioned, different things come up different years. Now, I know the city had brought up that they'd like to look at child care services, so that is new. Talking about our joint uses, land uses, is scheduled for September, so what came up in the context of that was perhaps our lease agreement, maybe even. It wasn't clear to me exactly everything they wanted to cover, but at...
field use, maybe?
Well, field use, no, the other lease, not Coverly, but the other one down with the child care. Ventura. So these will get fine-tuned a little bit, and we'll see what people want to cover, but these were kind of where people were going. Okay.
The city owns Ventura.
They do, and that's why I'm just curious what it is they would like to discuss, but I'm willing to discuss anything and report back to the board what it is they'd like. So
I have something that I would like for consideration. I see that on April 2nd, you had youth health and wellness, but I think there's 2 items on youth mental health that are being kicked around a lot now. One is the mental health beds availability in Santa Clara County and in Palo Alto, and the other is wraparound mental health services for our students. And I think these are conversations that we should make sure we're sharing information. And you might have somebody come in and present on that from the county.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll add it to our list here.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Is this a venue for discussing the next steps on Coverly or not?
No.
Okay.
That'll be a separate.
Although we did.
We talked about it.
Yeah, we did. But I was going to say, but that doesn't mean we didn't bring it up and say, now where and when are we going to talk about that? And that is different from this committee. We more share, but I don't know when that happens. But it's not in this committee, so I guess I look down the line and say,
but can we ask them
spring,
to come and present? Like the committee that's looking forward with Coverly, can we ask them to come and present a city school liaison?
There's no committee.
There is no committee yet.
No.
That's why.
So here's what I would suggest.
That's
First of all, this needs to be a priority for us for the next year.
Right.
And so we can talk about this at our board planning retreat. And assuming it comes out, then we can charge the superintendent with getting this moving with the city.
Okay. All right. That answers my question on that. And update on after-school, middle school athletic programs. What does that mean, and what does it mean that it will be discussed by the governing bodies?
Well, in particular, after school, just let me think back on that.
I can tell you what that is. The city, we contract with the city for the athletics at the middle schools after school, and they run them.
Yes.
Yes, we know that.
Yeah. No, but is that the one that you guys are working on?
Well, we were talking about that from a fee perspective on the BPRC, but is this just a routine update then? But that's what I'm trying to understand is.
It has been. My sense was there were some concerns about the fees in particular, and you guys are handling that. So I did bring that back up and said, this is something that you guys on BPRC are looking at, because it did come up.
They typically give us a report on how it's going.
Well, and the same for summer school programs and the fees around that. Is that something that you we're talking about, it's on our list, again, it has to, it has to.
That will come
Okay,
back.
okay. Yeah, so these are the high-level ones, but we've put these down here as holding items in
Oh.
case they move up.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have any others?
No, that's it, thank you.
We had our BPRC meeting, another one, and now we have too many policies to bring, so we're going to have a special meeting. And you should all have received an email with possible dates, so please return that email with your availability as soon as possible to Kathleen, so that we can get through those policies and get them on the books, as it were. And yes, we will bring back some of these issues. That's all I can say.
That's good.
Ms. Godfrey?
So back to the middle school athletics, we had some correspondence recently about access and inclusion, and middle school athletics is a big place where many kids spend their time. So I was interested in that as a topic for us somewhere, and it seems like we have sort of several things in the space of middle school athletics to discuss. Where would be the best place to do that?
It seems like that particular thing that you're talking about probably needs to be talked about in the context of after-school access or inclusion just in general, not just sports, right?
Right.
That letter was more, I would think that the superintendent would have someone on his staff come to us with sort of what their proposal is, and then we decide whether that's at a board level that we have to discuss it. I mean, giving us whether it needs to be a report or whether it's something that we need to make some decisions
I just want to
on.
make sure it's in the hopper.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
The what, Terry?
That it's in the hopper.
in the hopper.
Okay.
And then I shared earlier that I went to a May revised budget meeting, and the news is good across the state, much of that money going out through the local control funding formula, and much of it looking like one-time money. So not new news, but interesting.
Right. Okay.
That's for
Mr.
me.
Dauber?
Nothing for me, thank you.
I have, well, two things. One is I went to the one-act plays at both of our high schools, and there's just so much going on right now. But I also wanted to say that there was a really terrific opportunity for us to go and see the capstone projects from the Connections program, and we did miss it this year. I think we should try to put it on our schedule next year for us to go to it. It's kids spend the entire year doing projects, and then they present them all dressed up with a slide presentation in front of hundreds of people. And we should, at least some of us should be some of those hundreds of people.
Yeah.
Oh, and I did the JLS interviews as well. I think you
Yeah.
might have done those too. Those are
Yeah, and that's another
rewarding.
fabulous.
And the President's Volunteer Service Award ceremony. I mean, there's just so much going on. Oh, I did, and Joe did a fantastic, he's always great.
I
Oh,
know, she brought 4 kids over to meet
That's the
Christy.
Yeah, thank you. But
Oh,
this,
yeah.
I would
well,
like
and
this.
I do want to tell, I tell you all that on behalf of the board, I thanked her in front of the parents. So I want you to know, everybody was given credit that we acknowledged her great work in bringing this service award to such beautiful fruition. So.
And it would be great if we could get this on the calendar for next year, because I feel like we're surprised by it every year with the datas.
Right, it was 9th this time, so it was a little different. So.
But it's done every year, and we're constantly
No, no,
surprised.
that's fine. No, that's fine.
But it's not just this. I think we have to get a good calendar together.
Okay.
There is the strategic plan survey that went out to parents. I want to thank you, Dr. McGee, for making sure that a couple of reminders went out. Chris in the back there, you're still here. I'm concerned that the student survey is not been received by students. So at Pali, I know it went out through Naviance, but I'm concerned that students aren't checking Naviance right now because it's a college program, and we're at the end of the year. We're going to lose the seniors on Friday. I'm also concerned that gun students don't seem to know anything about this, so I don't know if any communication went out. I'm bringing this up here because we have like 3 days to end the strategic plan surveys. If we don't get any student input on that, that's really what
Right, let's not assume we're not going to get any. So here's what we were able to find out today. We sent the gun survey over May 19th, so I don't know why it didn't go out. but I think it went out this afternoon, from what I understand was going out on Schoology. As far as Naviance, I have a meeting with the principals actually at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we will remind them to look at alternative ways to put that out.
Additional at this point, having several different ways for it to go
That's
out
what I
would be
mean.
good.
Yeah, that's what I mean by alternative. Yeah, yeah.
And bringing that up. And maybe one solution is to ask the student government to help get the word out.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Great. Because they have Facebook and stuff. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have time to film out during classes.